Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our New Year's Eve live stream. We probably just hit New Year's for some folks over in Europe, so Happy New Year's to everybody over there in Europe. And for us here in the United States, we've got about 4 or 5 hours to go on the East Coast. A couple more hours to go for the folks, and of course, Nights of Last Call is all over the world. So for our folks over in Australia, New Zealand, all the way over there towards the international date line, Happy New Year's. It's probably January 1st morning for you all. So fantastic. Welcome everybody to the stream. Hopefully everybody is hanging out, having a great time tonight. If you're planning on staying out and hanging out with us for just a few minutes, a few hours, awesome. Some of you may have parties or things to go to. The rest of you, maybe you're hanging out here with me. I don't think we're going to go all the way to midnight. Not that I have anywhere to be, but, that's a long time to be live. So, welcome. Yeah, we got a nice little crew here. Some of our favorite usual suspects here. Frosty is here, wishing us finding incredible gear and death be swift in the new year. Thank you. Thank you, Frosty. Rui is here. Rui, who I believe is remind me, Rui, you're in Portugal, I think. Said they just had their New Year, so Happy New Year. KC, what's up? We got Unfortunate Pumpkin here, rocking the music, liking the music. Gargs, wishing us a Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's to you as well. Boothby and Frostjack, Happy New Year's to both of you. Boothby, we just ate the last of the holiday cookies today. The biscotti. The biscotti was the last to go. I did give away 2 jars of jam, though. I gave one set of jars over. I gave to my sister. I didn't really get her a Christmas present, so I gave her a jar of the coffee and a jar of the bruiseberry. But we have not made our way through all the jams yet. So, Ben, welcome, good sir. Ben, of course, is a shoe-in for our annual Hero Point prize, which is going to be officially the contest officially ends today. Ben has had that locked up since about June. Give or take. Although Northern Reaches did give you a little bit of a run for your money. It was never actually close, but it was a little bit, we could pretend it was a little bit closer. Jacob, Happy New Year to you as well. Dungeon 23 stream convincing you to do more work in 2023. Hey, listen, this hobby, one thing that I talk a lot about is trying to combat some of the passivity that goes into the hobby. I don't think there's anything wrong with systems that do all the work for you, and adventure paths that do all the thinking for you, and VTTs, which do all the calculations for you. But at some point, right, you get out of something what you put into it. And I think this hobby is worth putting a little time and a little effort into it. And I think it is time well spent. So I will say that. Let's see what we got going on here. Yes, there ain't no party like a KOLC party. Yes, we're real excited. Ooh, we got the lights going and everything. Frostjack has already had their New Year's Eve party, and they've already woken up and they're already hungover. Yes, awesome. Well, welcome, Frostjack. Damien is still at work with absolutely no customers in the store. Damien, being an adventurer for 8 months, rocking the red loyalty badge. What a night to be working there, sir. I don't know if that's I think you work on commissions, so that's probably a bad thing. We were all just partying to the music. Yeah, I turned it down a little bit. Should still be able to hear it a little bit. I'll go a little louder than I usually do, because we're hanging out. Lance Quagmire, today's ads, none apparently. That's correct. I have the monetization off for this one, so no ads today. Happy New Year to you as well, Nin. Okay, you meant it as a compliment. Awesome. Got to test the infinity. I meant to ask what the hell an infinity decanter is, Ben. Meanwhile, I'm going to be drinking more of this Dos Perros, which is coming out of a Nashville brewing company there, the Yazoo Brewing Company. This was given us by one of our patrons, Roxley, who sent us a nice little Christmas present to the night. And smells good. You know, it's a lager. I don't usually like lagers a ton, but this one's actually pretty good. Doesn't taste too much like Budweiser. I don't like Budweiser. Damien is rocking 2 sales, so he's fine. Awesome. Well, cheers, everybody. Happy to hang out with you. Really, this is just a celebration of the year. It's an opportunity for us to hang out. New Year's has never been a big deal for me, at least not in my 30s. Technically, I'm 40 now. And last year, we did a New Year's Eve stream. The first week that we went live was the last week of the month. You know, we had 35 or something, 40 patrons. Now we have like 265. And it's just been a tremendous, monumental year. And I'm just so happy to be here with all of you. I'm happy to be hanging out with basically my favorite people and talking about the things that I love the most. But, you know, tonight, you know, it doesn't have to be an RPG stream. We can just kind of shoot the shit, talk about whatever we want. So feel free to throw out your question. Just, you know, make sure you use the question, put your thing with a question, colon, or capital question, just so I can see it in chat. It pops out a little bit easier on me so I can catch it. And of course, if you want to throw some support to the show, tips, super chats are always appreciated. But you know what? Don't sweat it. Everybody's been so super generous this year. You know, an incredible generosity from everybody. And as I say that, here comes Vin with a super chat. Happy New Year's from the future. Yes, sir. Thank you so much for your incredible generosity. And hey, Nell tipped as well.
Nell tipped $5.
Here.
Happy New Year. Recently joined the Discord. Thanks for the warm welcome. Looking forward to a 2023 with wonderful people. Party popper.
Yes, exactly. Nell just joined. Nell apparently is working on their own RPG system and ran some playtest sessions, or at least one playtest session with some members of the Knights of Last Call community. I heard it was really awesome. So hopefully I'll get a chance to maybe hear some more things about it. I'm really excited about that. Happy New Year from Norway. Happy New Year to you as well, Stien. Stien, I think Stien won one Pop It Bingo. And I just sent him a $25 gift certificate to Drive Through RPG. And so hopefully you're enjoying that. People are setting off fireworks from your window. That's awesome. You know, like I said, it's a good thing that everybody has been super generous this month. We've had a lot of great fun streams with a lot of great support because, like I said, I'm about to give away $1,000 in prizes for our patrons. So, you know, we're just taking the money. We're just giving it right back. And of course, we're also going to be giving away some lucky person's going to win their own custom crafted game table. So that's going to be really exciting. Hopefully we'll do that within the first couple weeks of the new year, as soon as possible. And I still want to have, Bob just did the final thing for, hey, there's Ben.
Ben tipped $50, raising a glass to 2023. Besides Root, any other new games on the horizon for next year?
Cheers, Ben. Cheers. You know, I could safely say, you know, to Ben especially, thank you so much for everything you've done for the channel. And, you know, when I was sitting there figuring out, you know, how much these prizes were going to be and stuff like that. And, you know, it definitely feels good, Ben, to be able to give back to someone who has given so much to this community. And it's so appreciated, everything that you've done. So cheers to you. And definitely love having you as part of this group. And, you know, I would say you are essentially an honorary Knight of Last Call, I think, at this point, all in pretty much for all intents and purposes. And we love having you. Hey, Frank from Ireland. Awesome. Happy New Year's as well. Fantastic. Yeah, so that's a great question, Ben. You know, what are we trying to do in 2023? The answer is a lot. So I have a bunch of ideas, actually. And again, everything here is official, unofficial. So a couple of things. So one is, I do not want to keep playing the sort of bog standard AP D20 that we've been playing. And part of the reason for that is quite frankly, it just didn't draw as big of an audience as we thought it would be worth it. And it was just not fun for us, to be honest with you. Like, of course we had fun playing D&D. It was fun interacting with our chat. And so that's all great fun. And all of that stuff is fantastic. But I don't really see ourselves going to that. That being said, so that let me just put that off there for first. That being said, I have had such a fun time playing games with patrons the last couple of months. We had folks on for our October holiday stream. We had folks on for our December Poppet stream. I should say our Leshy stream and our Poppet stream. You know, we've had people come on and hang out with us for doing some live streams. And, you know, I understand that for a lot of people, that's a really fun, awesome opportunity to come in and play some games with us. And I honestly want to figure out a way to do more of that. So the first thing that I'm still trying to figure out exactly the structure for this. Somebody said something in a YouTube comment, and I just thought it was the best idea. Like, just because it works so narratively well about Rise of the Rune Lords. They said something along the lines of, and I might be conflating two different comments, but they said, I get like not wanting to bring back the other characters because that's, kind of cheap. And they said, but you had two original Knights of Last Call, Gore, the fighter, originally played by Rory, and Villic, the monk, played by Danny, Bob's brother, back in Sandpoint, where they had retired when they left the show, along with two notable NPC adventurers, right? Amiko and Shalelu. And these were all NPCs and or PCs, former PCs, who had these great connections to the Knights of Last Call. And what if they picked up the adventure and continued it on? And I just thought that sounded so fun. And so there's a part of me that almost wants to run Rise of the Rune Lords again, pick it up with those characters, but play with patrons. I don't necessarily know that it would be like a rotating cast. Maybe it would just be somebody, because I don't want to put anybody on that kind of pressure. But certainly when it comes to the show, I don't listen. I love playing and I love having fun with it. But like, if we're stuck playing an AP and no one's enjoying it, like, it's just not a good look for me. And so it just doesn't work for me, whether it's popular or not. So I would rather do this crazy Rise of the Rune Lords from the ashes, right? Where Hook Mountain Massacre occurred, where things went sideways, where everything is kind of thrown up in the air and it's kind of crazy. I would rather do something like that. And instead of asking my player base to maybe play a game that they're not as interested in, and that's just me being honest, right? Like, I don't want to make someone who doesn't want to be part of the game play. But if I have some patrons who really want to have an opportunity to come on and be part of the show and play, like, I think that just sounds like a really, really fun experiment. And to be completely honest with you, I don't want to, Ben said something in the Discord where he said, he's really trying to avoid playing. And Ben, I found this term. Ben and I always try to use a term for what we mean when we say D20, because D20, kind of means OGL D20, 3rd edition, 5th edition D&D. But, really when I've started using the term F20, Fantasy 20, right? So that's everything from basic D&D, old school essentials, all the way through 5th edition, 4th edition D&D, right? That's just sort of Fantasy 20. I've been focused on Fantasy 20 for the last 3 years. Certainly the last 2 years very heavily due to this channel. In the last couple of years, I have played in several Pathfinder 2 campaigns, and I've played in some 5th edition campaigns. I have run numerous Pathfinder 2 campaigns: Rise of the Rune Lords, Quest for the Frozen Flame, Abomination Vaults, Fall of Plaguestone, one of my own design. I've played again in 2 or 3 of Aaron's. Those are all Pathfinder 2, all the 5th edition. And we even did a rehack of Pathfinder 1 we did another hack of 5th edition that we called Dungeon Time Extreme, but it was still 5th edition. So my world has been just Fantasy 20 the last several years. And, due to the, pandemic, I wasn't able to get out to Origins. I was able to go to Origins for the first time this year since 2019. So I haven't been going to Gen Con, and I haven't been going to Origins. I haven't been being introduced to like all these fun, new exciting games. And so I've been pretty, and then this channel happened, and we were getting a lot of positive feedback, and a lot of people were very interested in this brand new game called Pathfinder 2. And people still are, and they're still, coming out there and watching our videos. And on our channel, the most, watched videos are our combat and tactics series, and some of our basic introductory type stuff. And I'm sure that those are going to get more pressure as more and more people come over from 5th edition, and that's great. And that's what built the channel, and I'm so happy for that. But I don't want us to stick with that game for the rest of my life. I know, I made a poll in chat the other day, or maybe it was a Super Goal chat. Self-confessed cynic says F20 for life. Exactly. I made a poll in the Super Chat the other day, which said like, where it's been 3 years. And I said, don't answer this poll, or don't answer this poll. Yeah, it was a poll. It's like, don't answer this poll if you haven't been playing for at least, 6 months or something, or even a year for Pathfinder 2. But I said, after 3 years, are you exploring the space? Are you trying to find something else to do? Or are you just sticking with Pathfinder 2 until 3rd edition comes out? And, it was like 40% said sticking with it till Pathfinder 3E. And then a bunch of people said, trying new stuff. So I don't want to feel like I'm locked into one game. But that being said, playing a Rise of the Runelords campaign sort of off the rails in this sort of post-failure world with a bunch of like the B characters elevated to the main stage and possibly bringing in patrons to play, regardless of the system, right? I mean, it would be Pathfinder 2, but that excites me. And if something excites me, then I want to do it. Regardless of how much money we make or don't make, that is what I want to do. So my goal with 2023 is to really explore games that are exciting to me. So from that perspective, I would love to do this year. Obviously, we're going to do Root. I would love to do Blades in the Dark or Scum and Villainy. I would love to get something going on the channel, something on the show, just to showcase that what that system can do and some of the stuff around that. I know that for my personal home game, we've been really on the fence about what we want to do. And I think for Aaron and I, it comes down to a balance, because our group, we like many groups out there, our group has we've played a lot of different systems, but we default to Fantasy 20. And the reason we default to Fantasy 20 is because it's kind of the least objectionable system, right? I think a lot of us can agree with that. And so we got a super chat from Self-Confessed Cynic. He says, Rise of the Runelords run back campaign. Let's go. Yeah, I think that sounds, because when it ended, people said, are you going to keep going? And I said, I don't know, probably not. I would need to hear something, or I would need to figure out a way that it would be cool. And someone in the comments, I'd have to look it up who this was, made this suggestion. And I said, okay, that does sound cool. Because the last thing that I'm going to do in any campaign is just sort of say, and they raise your bodies, or, and they resurrect you. And it didn't really happen. Like, that's just not what I do anyways. And since by the end of the Rise of the Runelords campaign, I was custom building so much stuff anyways, at a certain point, it wasn't even the AP anymore. In fact, I used to get a lot of critiques in the comments from people saying, this isn't even the AP. That being said, let's go. I always enjoy these moments with you all. Let's take a head. Let's head over to YouTube. I just got this comment today. I always love when I get new comments and people are making their way through our old campaigns or anything like that. So let me expand this here. Hey!
Caverns and Cave Trolls tip $20.23. Can't beat 20-sided dice for the clickety-clack.
You know, Caverns and Cave Trolls, there is some truth to that, okay? Because here's the thing. I get it, people. I get it. Like, I get excited when the Nat 20 comes at a big moment. It's awesome. It's cool. And I like leaning into what D20 can do, right? D20 is an agnostic, it should be an agnostic, uncaring system where you are putting your hands into fate, where the game system literally says, hey, you're the right level and this is the right challenge. You have a 50-50 chance of success, right? It doesn't give a shit that this is a dramatic moment for you. Nope. It just says, let the dice fall as they may. Maybe you cast a good spell, maybe you made a cool move, but at the end of the day, you know, D20 is really a system where you're like, I shouldn't know at all what's about to happen. And I like leaning into that. I think that is what makes D20 fun. Okay, let me bring this up real quick here. I thought this was pretty funny. I'm gonna bring up a window capture here. All right. Here we go. Comments. Perfect. So this was a comment that I just got 2 hours ago. So we are, listen, people are still out there and they're still watching. This was a comment from our last episode of Rise of the Rune Lords. It says, this showcases a fatal flaw of streaming. You get new streamers that see idiots throwing money at them if they do a little monkey dance or flash a little skin. In this case, Derek sees money in the form of tips and jumps at the chance to ruin his own game to get more. In short, he's a sellout. As often as Derek acts like he's a good GM, he's not. I couldn't agree with you anymore. Sure, he has a lot of knowledge about the game, although he still gets some things wrong, but that's fine. No one person can know everything, especially with a rules-crunchy game like Pathfinder 2. The problem comes from his GM versus player mentality. He wants the spotlight and gets overly excited about thwarting the players. There was zero regulation on the Wheel of Pain, so long as viewers threw money at him. He'd ruin the players' fun. It felt like he didn't care at all about the players in his game. If I was one of them, I wouldn't come back for another campaign. As I'm just a viewer, I won't be coming back to watch anymore. It's a shame, too, as I planned on running a version of Rise of the Rune Lords with some things reskinned to fit my setting and wanted to see others play through it first. This campaign didn't even get past, I assume you mean past, the halfway point. What a waste of time. So, yeah, that's awesome, right? And I gotta say, I really, I really enjoy this type of comment. These are my favorites. This is why I do the thing. Yes, Derek is very famous. Thank you for the super chat, Davian. Very famous for my GM versus player attitude. Yeah, I mean, there's so much to unpack there, Ben. By the way, this person has been in my DMs, if you will, on YouTube, really showing up here. We also have I just skipped the ending where the water troll got healed to full. That was just stupid. Oh, wait a sec. Wow, this guy came all the way back. Oh, wow, we got more people. We got more. Okay, this is a comment from Night School, which is building a critique of the map. Okay, this was when I was critiquing Bob's design. Haven't finished the video, but I did wait. The classic. This is how we always begin. This is how you know that the comment is about to be quality. I didn't watch your video, but I do have a lot to say. Haven't finished the video, but did wait 30 minutes to see the rest of the critique of his map. I have to say I disagree with what most of this teacher is saying. He spent a lot of time putting down the design and ideas when it would have been easier to use the basic structure of the dungeon and make changes that would have created a better design. One of the critiques was a single entrance. Instead of saying this was bad design, he could have had him create an underground secret exit, which is what we did, by the way, because it was bad design. Or one of the outer walls could have had a hole in it. That's literally exactly what we did in that design episode. That would have made another way in and could have had different enemies to create variety. Maybe some kind of monstrous beast had dug their way in the eastern wall and made it their home. The players could then go in through the front door and deal with the goblins, or they could go in through this damage wall and deal with the beasts instead. Another critique was the symmetrical layout of the entire dungeon. This could have easily been fixed by suggesting some of those doorway halls were blocked, creating variety in the available paths. These could be barricades made by goblins, cave-ins of sort and rubble caused by earthquakes of the past, or just some creature like spiders that have webbed off a doorway. Instead of just dismissing his whole design, the teacher should have worked with him to make the dungeon more interesting and more logical from a game perspective, which is what we did that entire episode. I thought I'd learned something from night school, but all I'm really learning is that this guy is not a really good teacher. Respect, I guess, yeah. Everyone's free to their opinion. So yes, dance, monkey, dance. Gargs, listen, I don't understand. People, someone was wrong on the internet. I don't know. Arguably, I know the name alone is classic here. Just because, nothing says I'm taking a stand like my name being John Doe. But yeah, anyways, my point is, there are a lot of people out there who don't like the way that we run our adventure paths, one way or the other, on this channel. And so fuck them. It's basically what it comes down to. I don't really care anymore. So as much as I'm excited to want to do fun other non-F20 type things, and I'd love to play a Blades in the Dark or Scum and the Villainy, I would love to do a Root, or possibly even another Powered by the Apocalypse game. I wanted to get to that in a second. But I also think, getting back to what the patrons are going for, because part of the problem is it's a little tough to ask my crew of people to be as involved on the channel as I am. I'm not married, I don't have kids, and so hey everybody, Tim Carpenter is here in the chat. Happy New Year's, Tim. Yeah, so there's also games that I'd love to do more games. Maybe not one shots, but maybe one shots. I don't know. Maybe one shots, two shots, three. And I'd love to do those with patrons. Make that a fun part of being part of the Patreon, and just showcase more games on the channel. There's just so many new games coming out here all the time. And, it's just a question of making sure that we do a good job of presenting what the game is good at and what it does. One of the things that I often critique people for is, they'll do these one-shot games, and I think it comes off a little bad because the GM doesn't maybe quite know how to run the system. The players definitely don't know how to run the system, and the feeling can be, this system is so awkward, right? And it's so difficult, and it's it's very frustrating, and it's well, no, you weren't really playing it right. You didn't know how to play it. And I think that's something I try to avoid. It's one of the reasons I don't like or have a problem with one shots, is I just I like getting to take a deeper bite of a game system. So one of the things I want to do this year is take suggestions from the patrons. And, if we have, a group of patrons who, especially our higher tier people, is a fun way to reward those people, or lower tier people who have been doing great work and, contributing to the community, and say, let's put a game together and let's have fun with it. And, let's, with your permission, let's stream it and, have it have it available on the channel, or, if not streaming it, at least record it live, and then we can kind of premiere it, and we can be in the chat and answer questions while we're playing with it. That's also has a lot of appealing to me as well. So yeah, there's just so many games. I need to get back. The Dune game I think is fantastic. Ben and I have been going through the book as he's been reading through it, and I think the 2D20 system just keeps getting better and better and better with each iteration. So yeah, just incredible stuff. I'd love to do a 2D20 system. I'd love to do, and there's also micro RPGs. Some of my favorite RPGs of all time, I would just love to be able to have people see them. Things like Danger Patrol or The Quiet Year or Lady Blackbird or Honey Heist, and just these fun games that we can just put out there and have people get a sense for them, because there's going to be no shortage of people with Pathfinder 2 content and 5th edition content. So why not just do something different? Why not do something fun? So that's a very long-winded answer, but I guess what it's saying is I do want to do stuff that isn't Fantasy 20, but I also, if I get a feeling, if I get a hankering for that D20 itch, that Fantasy 20 itch, and I can find the right place to play it, I'm going to play it. I know a lot of people on our Patreon are here mostly for Pathfinder 2. Obviously, we have a huge community game section playing Pathfinder 2, between pretty straight by the book to very, very, very house ruled, very, very hacked. And then, of course, there's Northern Reaches, which I imagine is going to be even bigger this year than it was last year, especially from the get-go. So there's a ton of opportunity there and stuff for us to talk about. But at the same time, I got to be passionate about it. I got to be feeling it. And it's just not in my DNA nature. For example, we played 4th edition D&D, a system I loved. We started playing it when it came out in 2008. We played it 2008, 2009, 2010. After 3 years of playing that system, maybe 4 years, close to it, Pathfinder 2 had come out, or Pathfinder 1 had come out, and we said, let's go play Pathfinder 1. And it wasn't because we hated 4th edition. We'd just been playing it for several years. We had done 3 campaigns in it, and we said, let's try something else. Let's do something different. And sure, it was still a D20 system, but we wanted something different. And I want something different. I like having that ability. And I don't want to feel like this channel is putting a gun to my head because, I feel like I have to produce content for the masses and I need to talk about 1D&D or 5th edition. And, sure, we can talk about that stuff if it's interesting. I just don't want to talk about it just because it's going to get us clicks or views. Like, I've accepted that we're not going to be this, we're not going to be a 100,000 sub channel, likely ever. And that's fine. Like, we'll have fun. We'll build an awesome community. We'll play games. We'll talk about games, and we'll have our the rest of our lives. But what we do here is going to be for fun. That's kind of what I was going for. Tim is saying the Mistborn RPG. You Brandon Sanderson people. Is Dune new and noteworthy enough for a first look stream, or have you read through it too thoroughly already? Well, I have read through it too thoroughly already, KC. Also, to be fair, Dune could never be a first look for me because I already know too much about the world and the game and the structure. But that doesn't mean we can't cover it.
Jack tipped $5. I just wanted to give a shout out to all of the KOLC community. I joined a couple of months ago and I've been amazed at how welcoming and supportive everyone has been. I wish all of you a happy new year. Much love.
Thank you very much, Frostjack, for that tip. And, we love having you here. And again, I can't say enough about how awesome our community has been. I mean, that's, maybe that's something to do with us, but honestly, I think it has everything to do with you. I think that's our moderators, our people who are, setting the tone in the setting the tone in the place. Setting the tone in the Discord. Thank you. Sindara, why does the super chat voice sound like Vin? Because I picked the Australian guy, I think deliberately to mess with Vin. So that is why it sounds like Vin. That was a long time ago that we set that. Nin, you have cultivated a community that will support you in showing more niche content. A great opportunity to improve the TTRPG spiders. Dumpster fire emoji. I thought we had the dumpster fire emoji, don't we? Yeah, we got the dumpster fire emoji. What are you talking about? It's right there. It's right there. Look, you ask and we yes, but I wanted you to say it in full. You son of a bitch. Yeah, I mean, is that why only Vin super chats? No, ironically, it only says the text to speech on tips, not on super chats, because that's what Stream Elements can handle. I mean, look, obviously the original dumpster fire was, very,
Matt Colville tipped $3.
Whatever.
I would like to apologize for dissing the Dune movie when it came out. I was wrong. It was the best movie ever.
I don't know if that's actually Matt Colville, but I don't know about it being the greatest movie ever, but it was pretty great. I enjoyed it. I'm gonna go and I guess that it can't be Matt Colville, but you know, hey, listen, whatever. I thought Denis Villeneuve did a fantastic job of that. So you know, but hey, you're talking to a guy who doesn't mind the David Lynch version. Okay, I get it. It's not what Frank Herbert wanted, but hey, it was, you know, pretty. I thought it was great. For me, and my Dune is a mixture of David Lynch Dune, Frank Herbert Dune, and I can't help that. Like, I saw the movie before I ever read the books, and you know, weirding modules and it's like just part of my DNA when it comes to Dune. So the Lynch version is great because it's Lynch and Dune, and there are things in the Lynch version that I think are great. Like, I love that they do the internal monologue, which is such a huge part of the Dune book, and they do it, and they're just such great quotable lines in there. You know, like when Leto is talking to Paul before they leave Caladan, and he says, you know, I'll miss the sea, but a person needs new experiences. Without change, something sleeps in us and seldom awakens. The sleeper must awaken. It's like, oh, chills. It's like so good. Plus, it's said by Jorgen Prauchev or whatever his name is, Jorgen Praugen. So good. It's just the whole thing. Incredible cast. David Lynch version is fantastic. Yes, it is highly condensed. I mean, the extended edition's like close to 3.5 hours, but it is pretty. Boothby says they've got it. It begins as Dune does, and I hear my dialogue all the way through. There are some interpretations and liberties, but you're going to come out knowing you've seen Dune. Herbert on Dune. There we go. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's subtle elements that are obviously very different and very wrong, but I like the Denis Villeneuve version as well. He's an incredible director, and I love what he did with Blade Runner, and you know, it was just good stuff. That's the kind of sci-fi that I can get behind. Blade Runner 2049 and the Denis Villeneuve's Dune, like, that's just fantastic. All good stuff. Is it pretty faithful to the book dialogue? Yeah, I mean mostly. I mean, most of the stuff, yeah, I would say so. There's very few liberties taken. It's more of with some of the world events, you know, like when they go to Gady Prime and Baron is floating around in blood oil and there's a guy squeezing some sort of steam accordion and it's making some sort of squelching noise, and like all that stuff was just kind of like, you know, but yeah. Anyways. But I was going to say, someone said Avatar, I think it was Asuranda said earlier. We've been having a problem with figuring out what we're going to do next for our Friday game, because Aaron and I just, you know, so taking a step back, you know, if I have a complaint, which is, I don't know, it's probably, I don't know, maybe you have this issue as well. Especially as when I was younger, nobody really took role-playing games seriously, myself included. And as I gotten older and people become more mature, the desire to have a very complex political character arc driven game, not in an AP sense, but like in a true, you know, emergent, evolving gameplay story-wise, the appetite and the ability to do that kind of game has grown tremendously. However, the stress of real life, the pressures of, you know, having a job and having a, you know, spouse and having kids and having all the things that come with being a you know, a parent or whatever, a husband or a wife, you know, in your 30s or your 40s or your 50s, that has replaced the youthful exuberance. And so while there is still a desire for these kind of games, there's an ability to run these kind of games, there's also sort of a desire to be like, look, this is my game night, and I kind of want this just to be low key and easygoing and fun and relaxed. And this was proven to me several years ago, before the pandemic. I had started a Scum and Villainy campaign, which is, of course, the space version of Blades in the Dark. And our premise was very simple. It was not this very existential crisis type game. It was literally kind of like the Fast and the Furious, the group of space pirates, if you will, the space scoundrels, were trying to do jobs, illicit or otherwise, to get enough money so that they could soup up their ship and be able to win essentially illegal interstellar street racing, including the big race, which is only set up, which is only put on every 10 years. And that, I guess you could argue that was the campaign's purpose. And we played. It was a lot of fun. And then one Friday, we were getting ready to play, and we were setting everything up, and we were on Roll20 because we were remote. So maybe it was COVID. And I think it was Tim who came over, very quietly, very meekly on the headset, and he said something like, Derek, I gotta be honest with you. This game is really stressing me out. And like immediately, like Aaron and like another person, Kaz maybe, were just like, yeah, this is really rough. Like our game isn't even that serious, but the system is just so like, oh, is my character going to survive? Like, what's going to happen to our characters? Like the stress that my character literally has a stress track, and I am stressed about my character's stress track. And after a week of work and kids and wives, I just don't want to be stressed. I don't want to have this like tense moment on my Friday night game. I want to have something cut loose and have fun. And I said, okay, that was a big awakening moment. And I actually think we went from that. And that's when we started our Abomination Vault campaign for Pathfinder 2. Because what game could be lower, have less consequence and less difficulty than that. And that's fine. And that's great. And like I said before, so a combination of Fantasy 20, but even when we weren't playing Fantasy 20, it was still getting people, they were getting stressed out. But the net of it has been a long time since we have really run a game that was, character focused and really explored a world and really developed this sort of, anything more than a surface level deep type game. And I really would love to do that. But like I said before, whether it's appetite for people on YouTube or with my own personal group, I don't want to be unfair and push things onto people that they don't necessarily want to have. That being said, the list of games that I have interest in playing, and I should say running, and I know that Mr. Smith would be interested in playing and running as well, where the overlap for that is specifically Legend of the Five Rings and the Avatar Legends RPG. Particularly because so many people in our gaming group are fans of the Avatar, Last Airbender, Legend of Korra IP in general anyways. But the way that Avatar uses Powered by the Apocalypse to create interesting character moments, I think is really, really, really brilliant and interesting. And so I'd love to run one of those for my home game. But then whatever game I don't run for my home game, I imagine I would try to run for the channel. So if we end up running Legend of the Five Rings in my home game, it would be cool to run Avatar Legends on the channel at some point in time. I just want to play more games is what it comes down to. I have to find the time for it, but that is definitely what I am aiming to do. Just started catching up here. Boothby, the new Dune left out side characters aside from Duncan being awesome. I agree. They really skimped on Thufir and, Gurney. And I mean, they gave Gurney a couple cool moments. But I do agree with that. Even Liet Kynes was kind of weak in the movie, I thought. So, I think a 6-episode Broken Compass game. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that I would love to run. And honestly, 6-episode, like, I get it. Like, there is a desire for me. Don't get me wrong, to do a really, really. I like the idea of a long campaign. I do. But there's also the practical, logistical realities of running a long campaign. It just eats up a lot of your time, and that means that there's going to be a lot of new games that you don't get to play for a long time, you know, and you got to make that commitment. But if I'm involved, if I'm invested into the game, if my players are invested into the game, then, you know, that's all I want. I'm not going to end that just because we've been playing it for 6 sessions. If everybody loving the game, we're going to keep playing it. Damien, gee, I wonder if you know anyone who would play Legend of the Five Rings. I'm sure we know some people. But, you know, the other thing about it too is, it's one thing to play it, but it's another thing to really embrace it. You know, my friends are awesome, and I have a lot of fun people in the Discord who would be happy to step up and play these games. But, D&D can get away with, I think, the disinterested or the only, dipping their toe in the water type player. I think a game like Dune or Star Trek, even, any Legend of the Five Rings. I think the less pulpy your game is, I think the more it really requires the players to be bought in, and they need to be, sort of on board with the game's intention, the game's mission statement, for sure. But I mean, that being said, the long story short is there's a lot of games out there that I want to play. I have this incredible community of gamers that I'm surrounded with 24/7 who are, inspiring me. Hopefully I'm inspiring them. And it just seems like it's foolish to ignore that. And every time we play anything, everybody says, well, are you going to stream it? And it's like, if I'm going to go and play, a Broken Compass game with maybe some of my friends, maybe some patrons, maybe some people from KOLC, maybe it's Bob and Ben and, 3 other people from the Patreon. Awesome. Yeah, well, that sounds amazing and that sounds fun. But yeah, why wouldn't we stream that, or why wouldn't we record that and let other people have a chance to be part of the fun? And I think we're a fun bunch of people. I think you're a fun bunch of people. I think you make me laugh, so there's that. And that's just a win-win, I think, for everybody. And if the channel Knights of Last Call can, make $50, $100 or something, cool. Cool. We can pay our studio rent. We can, buy a new camera for somebody and move on from there. So that's just, to me, the ultimate win. I think ultimately it's the group that makes the game, not the game system. Frosty, you're 100% right. I would rather play the worst gaming system alive, than with an awesome group of people than the quote unquote best gaming system with people who just don't care and, or just bad people in general, right? People have to vibe, and that's fine. But, there's something I think it's a hard thing to say. Okay, how do I say this? Okay, racquetball. I am really out of shape right now. But back when I was in shape, I used to play a lot of racquetball. And now I don't play racquetball as much. I haven't played since COVID. Maybe those two things are correlated. But my friend wants to start playing racquetball again. We're like, yeah, let's do it. We're going to sign up for a new gym that has racquetball courts, and we're hopefully going to start playing racquetball on Mondays and Wednesdays, because that's when I don't have a stream. And I'm excited, and we want to go play. And we were talking about this last night. Last night I was playing Magic the Gathering with some of my friends up at our local card shop, doing some drafting, and of Brothers War. And my team won both team drafts, which was great. But a couple other people in the shop were like, oh, that sounds great. I've always wanted to learn how to play racquetball, or I played racquetball once in college. I should come join you guys. And my buddy and I were both kind of like, sure. Now, here's why. It's not that I am some sort of racquetball elitist. I am hardly a pro. But when I play racquetball, I want to play with people that are, on my level, maybe a little bit better than me. So that way there's real competition and I'm getting pushed to do a good game, pushed to have fun volleys, pushed to do a lot of exercise because I'm going to be running around and get a good workout. It's not that I'm against playing with newbies, but then what about me? To be very selfish, like I want to have great games and I want to be able to hit the ball and serve the ball and not have the person miss it every single time, right? And so sometimes there is an element of that with the game system as well. When you sit down to play games, like it's great to have, people who, oh yeah, everyone's welcome at my table. And that is a wonderful attitude to have. And there's plenty of instances where that is the correct attitude to have at your role-playing game table or whatever it is that you're doing. But there's also times where you're like, no, I want to play with people that are good, right? Like I want to play with people that are on my level or better. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, listen, I think on the whole, I am an everyone's welcome person at 2, but I think at my own enjoyment's sacrifice. I mean, like, I think I get a different type of enjoyment from welcoming people to the game, but like, I also sometimes want to sit down, like, like we'll use Pathfinder 2, as an example. Like if I was randomly joining a Pathfinder 2 campaign, I would want to play with, like, if I'm playing Pathfinder 2, even if I'm playing the most god-awful, horrible AP. I mean, you've seen Aaron and I when we've GM'd and together, or certainly me when I'm on the stream, or when Aaron is playing, on the stream. Even in a game, even in a combat, which is just so much basically a board game. Stride, aid, strike, the whole thing. You're still going to see me and you're still going to see Aaron do things like, the creature cackles back and takes his massive axe and swings it down at you. Aaron is going to say something like, by Sarenrae's grace, be blessed. We are going to add that little bit of sprinkling of FBT because that's what we do. But also, on top of that, if I'm playing a game of Pathfinder 2, like I want to be playing with people like some of the people here in chat who I don't have to tell this person what aid is. I don't have to remind them to aid. Like they just know that they should aid. Like, hey, your character is in a position to give me a +3 bonus or a +4 bonus to my next attack roll, and that would be really great, rather than you just throwing a map -10 attack. I appreciate the learning opportunities for this, but there's some times where I want to play with a group that is, quite frankly, on my level. And the more I like something, okay, like say Dune, the more that is likely to be true, right? Because that is something I nerd out about. That is something I care a great deal about. And it's nice to be surrounded by people who are also as passionate about this thing as I am. And I don't think that, it's like when you go to see I've never understood this in relationships. Maybe this is why I'm always single. And I say that as someone who's literally spent like 17 of the last 20 years in relationships, but they always end. I never understood this idea of like someone being like, I'm going to this event, a baseball game, a football game, a play, a musical, or whatever, a movie. And they go, but I want my partner to come with me. And they go, would your partner enjoy this? And they go, no, but they'll be with me and they'll enjoy my company. I think that sounds horrible. I want to be around people who are excited to be there with me. If you want to come see a musical with me, because I really like to see musicals, which I do, I want someone with me who is also going to be sitting there jamming around in their seat to Hamilton, or is about to just jump out of their seat because, Wilhelmine Verkuyk, who is like the best Elphaba of all time, just crushed Defying Gravity. I want the person next to me who isn't embarrassed. They're jumping out with me and high-fiving me because, oh my God, did she hit that? Right? That's what I want. And I understand that not every activity we do in life, I'm an adult, I get it, that not everything that we can do can be that. But, sometimes I want that. Sometimes I want that. I don't really know how I got on this point. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I have a really great collection of people in my personal group and in the Discord. And part of me wants to find that, that love, that deep love for role-playing games in this moment. And, the last couple of years between different games and different people, and certainly the channel, I've kind of been in the Derek's needs and wants are on the back burner. Let's focus on teaching and instructing and welcoming and making sure it's accessible for everyone. And there's nothing wrong with that for a time. And then eventually you get to the point where you say, no, screw that. Like, what about me? And so I'm just kind of at that what about me part. And again, it's not like an elitist thing. I'm not trying to say like, I have no time or patience for you. And I'm not even saying like, oh, well, can't I learn? It's like, no, you can. But it's like, there is a time and a place where I want someone who knows what they're doing or understands the IP and is not going to need, I want to be able to, volley across the net and have somebody return something to me, that I can actually use. And I think that'd be just that to me is what I definitely am looking for in a game. There's a bunch of chat here. So Monopoly stream. So no. Monopoly's worst. Pumpkin says, I've played PF2 with probably the worst group ever, and it was hell. Yeah, I'm always the type to only push myself when I'm alone. With people, I just want to have fun. Yeah, and look, I mean, I don't think this is a surprise to anybody, right? That's definitely Bob. Bob is a sort of, I'm just here to have fun. And one of the reasons why I love having certain people in my life, like my buddy that I play racquetball with, is he's not there to have fun. He's there to play racquetball at as a competitive a level as he is capable of, which is within my arc of competitiveness. Maybe a couple years ago. Now I'm probably outside of it, but we're still in the same wheelhouse. And it's not about, it's friendly in the sense that we don't hate each other, but it's about the game. It's not about the get together. If we want to get together, we can do that. This is about the game. And I've been missing that the last couple years of my life. I used to do competitive Magic, and yes, we would travel for fun and stuff, but really you were there to pay money, and you paid for a flight, paid for a hotel, paid for your meals, paid for your entry fee, probably had a very expensive Magic the Gathering deck, but you were there so that you could try to get points and get onto the Pro Tour or spike a top 8 or a top 16 and maybe have a chance at a really big, $25,000 grand prize. Like, you were there to compete. And while I understand that RPGs are not competitive as such, there is a part of me that misses that sort of, that level of excellence, which I really appreciate. Let's see. I don't know about breaking through the glass walls in the racquetball court, but I get angry. I've broken more than my fair share of rackets. Not ashamed to say that. Is Smith G? Where did this Spring Fae one-shot idea come from? We didn't have a goal for that, so I don't know. I wouldn't put it on it. And of course, Vin doesn't agree with me. There's nothing unusual there. More fun playing with newbies. I just don't understand that. I can't. Do you hate it? Then we want it. I mean, yeah, I do hate the idea of that. Frank, that actually reminds me of a funny story. I was flying to, I don't remember where I was flying to, but they were doing airport security, and I had all my magic cards. I was going to play and sell, so I had several like 1,000 count boxes, right, which are about as long as a shoebox, but thinner, full of magic cards, and they were stacked in my carry-on, and it was going through the security, and they pulled it out because it looked kind of suspicious, and they tapped me aside, and they said, "Hey," they're like, you know, what do you have in here, basically? And I was like, "Oh, I have magic cards." And the lady got real excited. She was like, "Oh," maybe even flirty. She was like, "Oh, do you do magic tricks? Are you going to show me a magic trick?" And I was like, "No, they're not that kind of magic cards. They're for a card game that it's like Pokemon, but with dragons and elves, and you know, it's like chess and poker combined." And she just got really disappointed that I was not a magician. More fun running for newbies, not playing with newbies. I'll agree with that, Boothby. I think that's kind of true. I think running for newbies can be very tiring. Also, you know, my expectation of it, listen, this is a separate expectation. If you've watched our channel for any amount of time, you already know that this is true. I'm happy to run a game for a newbie, but everybody gets one, you know? Like, if I'm telling you how a rule works for the 4th time or 5th time, I have no patience for that. Like, you're here to learn, not be entertained. So learn, you know, like I get frustrated. Because then I feel like you're just wasting my time, but you're also wasting everyone at the table's time. So I can get very frustrated in that instance. Stop talking about this Faye one shot. It came from Damien, apparently. Okay, well, this is wild. Actually, the other day, speaking of games that I want to run, one of my favorite adventure modules of all time is 3rd edition's Forge of Fury. It's fantastic. I love it. It's just a fun dungeon with a really great layout. It's not too complex. It's got a lot of non-linearness to it. It's got a dragon at the bottom. It's just a great adventure. And I thought about it the other day, and I was like, man, I would love to run that. And I was like, oh, it'd be fun to run that using Dungeon World, like to do a Powered by the Apocalypse engine with it. So I'm excited to maybe try to figure something to do with that as well. Okay, here comes Ben with the hot take. He says, back in the olden days, newbies were great because they came and they thought outside the box. Nowadays, newbies are fed on Critical Role and other tripe, and they come to the table with way too many expectations. So Vin says he does not have any of the CR type newbies around me, but that I would find annoying. And I have seen a lot of that as well. Like, I mean, that's something you definitely hear about on the internet, is just people coming with this expectation of Critical Roleness. How do you still have patience for Bob? Well, apparently I don't, because I get comments like every single week from people going like, can you guys be nicer to Bob? Impractical Nurse is still confused about what Dungeon 23 is. All right, well, Impractical Nurse, in the shortest possible way to describe it, Dungeon 23 is just a goal in 2023 to make a dungeon, a big dungeon, which typically are called mega dungeons. The idea that this is a dungeon that you are going to be playing for possibly many, many levels, many, many months of play, possibly even many, 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 years of play. A dungeon that can never truly be beat because it's just got so much stuff in it. And the challenge, if you will, is to make one room a day, just to add one room a day to your dungeon. And by the end of the year, you'll have 365 rooms, which is a pretty dang big dungeon, to be honest with you. So, and it's not really about creating encounters or trying to make something balanced. It's more of an exercise in creative thinking and pushing yourself into a little bit of your, outside of your comfort zone, maybe have a little bit of fun with some drawing, some maps. And again, it's nothing that ever needs to be published. It's nothing that ever needs to even be run for anybody. It's not about that. It's not about making an adventure that you're going to sell. And it's definitely not about making an adventure that you're going to run. I mean, you could maybe do both of those things if you really are interested in it, but it's really more about the exercise, the process of going through this sort of creative endeavor. It's like what is it? Me Write More, or like write a novel in a month challenge, that they have. I think it's November or something. This is a whole year. So that's basically the idea of it. Anthony, you are here. Welcome. Glad to see you. Anthony is a brand new hero on the Night's Last Call patrons. Welcome, Anthony. You get one of these.
I am strong. Strong.
Appreciate it.
Strong.
Thank you so much. Let's see. Boothby still doesn't want to just do a mega dungeon. And Boothby, I can't argue. I can't help but be like, oh, I just need to convince this person that that mega dungeons are cool. I mean, listen, ultimately, you don't have to do, that's true. I upgraded to hero. I don't know what just a mega dungeon means. Well, I think what Boothby is saying is that, I believe if I recall from the Discord correctly, Boothby said that the idea of a singular place in, geographic terms, where, you're going down through essentially a layered cake of dungeon levels, more or less. I mean, there's different ways to envision dungeons. They don't have to be literally top down. But the idea of just never really going anywhere but this one place just fundamentally does not seem interesting to him. And I don't know that he's wrong, depending on what you want out of a game. I did a mega dungeon campaign. We ran it for 3 years using Pathfinder 1 and the Mythic Handbook, or Mythic Adventures is what it's called. But there were some caveats to that campaign. I said, hey, we're going to do a mega dungeon campaign, but that's the campaign. We're not going to be doing overland exploration. We're not going to be building kingdoms or, creating faction play like outside of the dungeon. I want the focus of our game to be the dungeon. And, I made that decision because, number one, practical purposes. I didn't want to design a million other things. And number two, I think that, the mega dungeon gets its bite. It gets its power from the fact that you are really, playing into that one space. If you are, if you're running a mega dungeon campaign, but then you leave it and you go and you sail across the ocean, and then you have some adventures in the pirate islands, and then you go to another adventure in a different faraway city, and maybe you go back to the mega dungeon for a session or two, and then you leave it again. I argue that that's not really a mega dungeon campaign. I suppose there's a difference between a mega dungeon and a mega dungeon campaign. And I think that is probably worth exploring, but the value of the mega dungeon is in, I think, that familiarity. It's in that repetition. It's in that that growing sense of mastery that you get from exploring a space over and over again, and sort of learning its particular qualities. And I think that's what makes it, very fun. KC, you have yourself a fantastic new year. Enjoy some time with your loved ones, and we'll see you in the new year, buddy. Great to have you here. Thank you so much. Ben and Vin are arguing in chat. Fantastic. Ben is correct according to Pumpkin. Hey, guitar guy Nick. Same to you. Same to you and yours as well. Awesome to have you here. All right. So what else? Anything else anybody else want to talk about? I mean, you know me, I could go on forever about something. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep drinking this beer. Gym night when? So, the gym is almost assembled. I still have to assemble the bench. It turns out that assembling a 500-pound rack by yourself is very difficult. Yeah. I have been unable to finish putting it together because I'm not strong enough to hold up the two support channels and bind it together. Here, in all honesty, Vin, the problem here is if I do it, it's gonna have to be like literally like some normal YouTuber, like where I'm just on my phone and I just make a video on my phone and I edit it using Adobe Rush and I publish it to YouTube that way, because I already have so much responsibilities for this channel that if I try to add any level of production quality to this gym night thing, it'll just overwhelm me. It'll just overwhelm me. So barely edited nonsense is the best. What? Why do I even try, people? Every time I do anything garbage, Vin's like, oh, it's the best thing ever. Got Kingmaker for Christmas, and it's huge. What's your thoughts, and do you have any plans on running it? No, I do not have any plans on running it. I don't know the second edition version. I know the first edition version. I thought it was fine. I think Kingmaker would have been a lot cooler if it wasn't an AP. I think if you just ignored all that stuff, if you just let the players go and try to make a kingdom in the Riverlands and deal with the political consequences of that, therefore within, and just play it until they don't, want to play anymore, or until you come to a really cool, natural, ending point and say, hey, everybody, that seemed like a really great ending point. Like, maybe we'll do another session or two to sort of wrap up any loose ends, but I think we're done here. And then that's fantastic. And then if your players do that, I think you're going to have yourself a fantastic campaign. Again, and my understanding is that it is more legitimately a sandbox than, let's say, what Quest for the Frozen Flame was, which was definitely not a sandbox. But I still think there is a AP structure there, and I'm just quite frankly not interested in it, to be honest with you. I have not looked at the updated kingdom building rules, Frostjack, so I cannot offer some advice on that. My watch link got messed up. I think we could make some money here. I was jamming a game for my kids and couldn't get each player to reach their PC on the map. We should make a grabber and sell them. Back in the original nights when we were in person, Bob got me like a croupier stick so that I could move PCs around on the map. So I don't know. It wasn't exactly great, but it kind of worked. Kingmaker is very sandboxy, but I listen, I don't want to call you people liars. But when people in the Pathfinder space tell me that a Pathfinder adventure is sandboxy, I cannot help but raise my eyebrow a little bit and kind of go, "Oh, really? I don't know about that." Because again, my expectations of what that really means are very different from what a lot of other people's expectations of what that means are. But it is my understanding that it is legitimately more open-ended than most. And as I have not read the new version of it, I cannot speak to what they have done in the remake, but we'll see. Me liking terrible things is part of what got us here. That is very true. That is very true, including the live streams, Finn. So you should be very pleased with that. Well, that is good. I mean, that is nice. But do they give you, but do they give you tools, Do they give you the ability to do things? Do you usually play APs or do you make up your own campaigns? I don't think I've ever played an AP. I normally do not play APs. I will either make up my own stuff or I like to take like standalone site-based adventures that are not part of some sort of overarching grand plot that is just a cool site that someone, a great artist drew a great map for, and some cool game designers came in and filled it with some interesting treasure and interesting monsters. And, I can add stuff or subtract stuff or do whatever I want with it. And it's just a playground for me and my players. There's no plot. There's no big bad evil guy. There's no, secret, whatever. It's just, hey, come in here and have fun and mess around with stuff and kill these things. Don't kill these things. Make an alliance with them. Don't make an alliance with them. Like, it doesn't matter. There's nothing that you need to do. I like that. That to me is very fun. And I will either make that myself or I will buy, something like a classic module, a true module, in the sense that it's just designed to plug into your campaign, and somebody else already kind of did all the heavy lifting of writing the maps and putting stuff in there. But again, no, there's no like Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. There might be level 1, level 2, level 3, but there's no plot that the PCs have to follow. I like those a lot. I've used those for many, many, many years. Going back to, 3rd edition had a great line of adventures. 4th edition had a great line of adventures. Obviously, there's all the classic adventures from the 80s. All the B1, B2, B3, B4, B5, B9, whatever, E1, E2, and S1, S2, S3, all those classic modules. And there's just been some here and there scattered throughout that I think are really great. Also, I'm not the kind of person who really enjoys reading in AP. Honestly, I think they're boring. I don't even think they're particularly well written. If we're being honest, I don't think they're particularly well written. Yeah, I mean that is the old way of play. That's what a module meant. The idea was the adventure wasn't your campaign. You had your campaign, and a module was just designed to be something that, hey, you need a little help, or you need an extra map. You don't have something ready. The party went over the mountains. What do you find? Oh, cool. I have this module called, the Forgotten Halls of the Dwarven King. And I'll be like, you start hearing rumors about a Forgotten Hall of a Dwarven King on the other side of the mountains. And the party goes, cool, let's go check it out. And it's just a fun place with its own cool little story and its own cool little connections. And you figure stuff out. And then maybe you don't ever go back to it. Or maybe you beat the adventure and guess what? That's it. It's over. It's done. And now the party is standing in front of the Great Desert. And they go, let's go into the Great Desert. And then you pull out the module, my mind is blanking. Desert of Desolation, whichever one Hickman did. And you run that module because you say, hey, why not? And then, you weave it into your campaign. And then the party goes, no, we want to go back and deal with that Duke. And you go, okay, cool. And you make up a bunch of plots and political elements for that. And that's just you making stuff. It's just a tool in your toolbox. All right, Frosty. 21st, big day. Enjoy. Thank you for being such an awesome member of the community. Have a happy New Year's to you and your family. Wishing you all the best, buddy. Yeah, absolutely, Donnie. APs are great for just stealing. I mean, all that stuff is out there for just stealing. It's just it's all there for you to just steal. Laughing Out Law, welcome. Great to have you here. You played Desert of Desolations. It felt like a slog. I mean, yeah, sure. Look, not every adventure is a winner. But hey, one of the best parts about a module or a mega dungeon is if the party isn't feeling it, or if the GM's not feeling it, you can just leave. You can just say, this doesn't seem particularly well written. This doesn't seem like it's a great thing. Let's just go do something else. And it's like, okay, this doesn't impact our plot at all. If you're playing Rise of the Rune Lords and the group is going into the Misgivings, or the group is like, you know what, we don't really feel like fighting giants anymore. You know, I'm kind of over it. I'm kind of over fighting giants. And you're like, okay, well, we've got 3 more adventures to go, and it's pretty much all fighting giants. You're just stuck. You're stuck. Or you have to rewrite everything, and then it's like, well, then what did I even buy this thing for? So the nice thing about a module is it's low. It's not a pressure to the GM, and it's not a pressure to the PCs either. So it's just a total win. So good question. Good question. What else? Anybody else? Anybody else have any good plans for the new year? Like any New Year's resolutions? Those are always fun. Yeah, modules are just so great. And they don't make them anymore, Anthony. They don't really make them anymore. It's unfortunate. They don't sell, I guess. Because the idea of being like, hey, GM, here's a cool thing for you and your players to go enjoy. But, you know, if you want to add some depth and connectedness to it, that's on you. Apparently that doesn't just hit, right? Vin, if things don't go to plan, I'm starting the year with a 96-hour fast. Wow, 4 days. That's a long fast, buddy. I don't know if I ever did 4 days. I think I did like 2 plus an overnight. So like technically 3, but not really 3. And that was pretty rough. Although, like I said, I got to get serious. You know, I'm not the heaviest I've ever been because I used to be fatter when I was in my late 20s. Until I learned about fitness, I learned about nutrition, I learned about eating, and just dove into that world, and then, you know, lost 150 pounds or something like that. But I'm much bigger than I ever thought I would ever be again. So, you know, whether it's keto or paleo or intermittent fasting, you know, there's got to be some sort of nutritional plan that I'm going to have to definitely lock into, that's going to work with my lifestyle and my, you know, my habits. To get me to where I was back again, on top of, you know, obviously getting more active. That's not really the issue. It's always the diet. I mean, that's always the issue. That's always what you eat. Lance is going to pull apart that table tomorrow. Good on you, Lance. You need the 2x4s for something? Is that what it is? You finally need the 2x4s? Or do you need the garage space? I actually do feel sorry about that. I feel bad about that. I just literally... The moment I leave, I literally forget about it instantaneously. Ben is going to cut down to 10 sessions a month. So that's still 2.5 sessions a week, which is probably 1.5 sessions more than most people run. But that's good. Is that because you're tired of gaming so much, or because there's other things that you want to do, Ben? Sindaria Donnie says complete his off-grid journey, which is awesome, and I think we're all jealous, for sure. Guitar Guy Nick is going to commit to his YouTube channel for the new year. Good luck. YouTube is horrible, and I advise no one ever do it. Just kidding. I'm not kidding. Frantically finished my thesis. Yikes. Hopefully that is not a bad problem to have. Run something other than an AP this year. Ooh, Boothby. Good on you. Cian says closest things that are still popular these days are probably Adventure League / a Pathfinder, and those are definitely not what I would call a module. But I mean, you're right. That is probably the closest thing. Yeah, and I listen. I think I mean, when someone says that they ran a module, but they added a lot of their own content or they changed a lot of it, that's not a flaw to me. That's a perk. It's a perk. Yeah, it makes sense that OSC and the old school Renaissance has people making modules. Yeah. Yeah, Vin's trying to get down to like 110. You got to lift, bro. Right. Number one, a module it does not mean one shot. Definitely a mod. I mean, there are modules I've played that are only 30 or 40 pages in length, but took the better part of 2 months or 3 months to play through. But I agree with what Ben says. There's a lot of plot and kind of plot moments in those adventures typically because they're designed for people to sit down and it's like, oh, you have a cool little TV show episode in one sitting at the table. That's like what they're trying to really deliver on. That is brutal. I mean, you can dump them off in our dumpster. Actually, Bob will probably take them to burn them. He took all of our 2x4s from the studio so that he could, put them in his burn pile for his backyard fire. But I mean, I'm happy, or have Bob pick them up. Bob will pick them up. If you tell Bob it's free, and you've torn it apart so he can actually transport it. And if you tell him, I'm going to throw these away, Bob, unless you want them, he'll be over there that day. Frostjack, the resolution is to finally run the West Marches-ish game that they've always wanted to run. You know what? Let's have 2023 not just be the year of the dungeon, year of the dungeon master. Okay, the year we fight back. I'm tired of all these dungeon masters living in fear of their players and what do my players want and what do my players need? Screw the players. According to the math out there, there's dungeon masters making $40 or $50 per player per session. And they're running for 6. Can you imagine getting paid $300 a session to run your game? We're in short supply. 10-to-1 ratio, 15-to-1 ratio. We got to start flexing. We got to start demanding more. That's what I'm saying. Terrace says, what works for me is if I cut out sugar, eat daily calories below maintenance, and less calorically dense food. Terrace, I'm right there with you, Terrace. I mean, I did paleo for a long time, which isn't necessarily full no carbs a la keto, but, it's definitely, it's I'd say sub 100 grams of carbs and definitely no added sugar. And again, watch the calories, watch your maintenance, and just try to avoid anything that, lots of veggies and lots of foods that are going to keep you full and so that you can psychologically get through it. I mean, there's the physiological aspect of diet nutrition, but the psychological component is very important as well. So I think that's fantastic advice. Some of the 5e books were collections of adventures like Tales of the Yawning Portal, which is actually include Forge of Fury, your favorite. Yes, Caverns and Cave Trolls, I own that book. I don't own many 5th edition books, but I do own Tales of the Yawning Portal. I have run the Sunless Citadel for 5th. Well, I have run Sunless Citadel for 3rd edition probably 7 or 8 times. And I have run it for 5th edition like twice. And Bob and I, one of those times was Bob and I's first time playing role-playing games together. Bob's first time playing role-playing games ever. We played through Sunless Citadel. That became Night's Last Call and Pathfinder 2. But had we not gone to Pathfinder 2, we probably would have continued to play Forge of Fury. Well, Anthony, don't view Kingmaker as a prison, right? Run it and just ignore the plot and add modules. And if the players get interested, it's easy enough. Riverlands is a huge area. Find a cool module with a cool dungeon, with a cool site, with a cool idea, and then just drop it into a hex somewhere. And if the players want to investigate it, great. And if the players don't want to investigate it, great. No sweat off of you. Boothby, that's an awesome goal. Love it. We got a super chat coming in from Vin. Oh God, wouldn't get close to 110. Though the most depressing thing in the world is looking at featherweight boxers and other lightweight classes. listen, maybe that's just the weight that they can compete at. I mean, you are in a situation where, like, you're a professional athlete. You could do whatever you want to do, and you could be. But then they'd go up. They'd have to fight different weights. I don't know. It's kind of a lose-lose situation. Screw the players, Derek 2023. Yeah, I mean, kinda. I mean, that guy John Doe did say, you know, what did he say? Derek, the problem comes for Derek's GMs versus players mentality. He gets overly excited about thwarting the players. No, actually, I don't. Thwarting the players is easy. It doesn't really bring me any joy. It's more of just like, you know, be selfish. Don't be afraid to run the game that you want to run. And if your players, you know, have them step up. Instead of you being the one who always has to step up, have your players step up, you know? You see there's a rant going on. Welcome, Strat. Weight Watchers dropped you over 100 pounds. It really does work. Yeah, Weight Watchers, you know, it's kind of a, you know, oh, isn't that for middle-aged housewife soccer moms? But it's just a great way of just maintaining your calories and watching what you eat and having a great, easy to understand and system for weight management. Plus, there's a community aspect to it. I don't know how much I care about the community aspect of that, but Keto IF down like 35 so far, and I only miss potatoes. Unfortunately, I would trade breathing for like a large French fries right now, and that is ultimately my problem as well. Like I even when I do paleo or keto, I get good results and I'm very happy with it. But like I cannot deny the fact that there are just foods that I just want, and especially with like keto, there's not a lot of room for wiggle room. You know, you really can't just eat carbs one day and then not eat carbs the next day. It's kind of defeats the purpose of it a little bit. So, so instead of Bob got to GM a Forge of Fury, like, I don't know what that means, Strat. Sorry, maybe you were talking to somebody else. Work is calling you on New Year's Eve. Well, they just suck. I wish my players would give me stuff to thwart. Well, you know, Boothby, I know that you always like to joke about this stuff, but like, and I understand your players are relatively new, I believe, but maybe they're not. But like at the same time, like people don't grow unless you push them, you know? So, halloumi fries are pretty dope. I've never had those. Losing weight isn't the be all. Yeah, no. When I say losing weight, I really just mean obtain what is a healthy and manageable body for you. That can be very different from a lot of different people's perspectives. 100%. I mean, if you're overweight and you're happy with your condition, even if you're not healthy, but you're happy, that's fine. That's what freedom is all about. Like, it's, you know, I'm not going to tell people they can't go skiing off of some triple black diamond, even though there's like a 5% chance that they're going to die. Like, people are allowed to take whatever risks they want. If you're happy and you're able to do what you want to do, like, you know, yeah, do it. You're always on call. Yikes. Boothby, my players are not new at all. Well, I think I knew that, which is why I kind of said that. Like, I was like, maybe they're not. I don't know. I thought they were. Maybe they're not. That's unfortunate. I got nothing. I got nothing for you there, buddy. Boothby is in a special hell of his own making. I agree. So yeah, for sure. Yeah. What about anybody else? So those all sound like really great New Year's resolutions. Anybody have any topics or thoughts, you know, things to talk about? Everyone's asking me to talk about the OGL. There's nothing to talk about. Not on this chat, but just in general in the comments and stuff. It's silly. I mean, Wizards wants to make money. They're a business. I mean, People are, we're charging money. You're already paying money to D&D Beyond every month. I don't understand why people are so confused about all this. It seems very silly to me. What's everybody drinking? I am drinking a Dos Perros. Got to trill that R. From Yazoo Brewing Company, from a patron, from Roxley. Thank you, Ryan. Cheers. That's a good resolution. Golden Monkey. Yep, done to 23. We're gonna be starting ours tomorrow. I think I'm gonna like lean into it. I think I'm gonna start with some maps, and then I'm gonna sort of build
Zeb
into.
Cook tipped $5. D&D 2nd Edition's ever-decreasing chance to survive a Raise Dead spell was the greatest design decision ever. True or false?
I like that Zeb Cook is the one who tipped this. To be fair, so what is Zeb Cook talking about? Again, I don't think that's actually Zeb Cook, but Zeb Cook was the lead designer for AD&D 2nd Edition. So the way it worked in Second Edition is when you died, you could receive a Raise Dead if you were not an elf. Otherwise, you needed a resurrection. And when you got Raised Dead or resurrected, there was a % chance that was based off of your constitution of being able to come back from the dead successfully. And if this check failed, that was it. You were done. Your character was never coming back. And obviously that was pretty brutal. Let me see if I can find it here. Constitution. There we go. We got strength. We got characters. We got everything. Only thing Google has is, honestly, it's crazy. All it has is strength. That's actually really funny. All right. Well, needless to say, if you had a high constitution, it was a pretty good chance. It was like 90% plus chance. But then when you got Raised Dead or resurrected, you permanently lost a point of constitution. So obviously constitution gave you bonus hit points. Not quite like we know it to be today in 3rd edition, but it did mean that you had an ever decreasing chance because now your constitution was lower. So if you got another Raised Dead after dying, your chance of making that check was lower and your constitution would go down again. And eventually you would fail and your character would no longer be able to come back. Do I think that was good design? I mean, for the time, yeah, probably. I mean, I don't think that coming back from the dead was ever supposed to be a big deal in D&D. I think Gygax, and I think wrote the book, and I think that, Zeb Cook did 2nd edition, and they included these things because they said, look, we're playing D20 game, and sometimes, your character dies, and when that happens, making a new character is kind of lame, and we'll just raise your character from the dead, and it's not really that big of a deal, and you can keep playing. Oh,
GM Scott $100. Happy New Year, all.
GM Scott. This Horizon Thunder Sphere is for you, buddy. Thank you very much. Thank you for that incredible and generous, amazing tip. GM Scott just got in from the hot tub. That's the real flex, honestly. What do you? I just came in for my hot tub. Here's $100, you peasant. While you live stream for us, entertain me. Thank you very much, GM Scott, for being a true friend. We still have one bottle. We still have half a bottle, I should say. It's not full anymore, of the scotch that GM Scott got us and bought for the nights when we met up at Origins. Had a fun day of playing games and drinking and podcasting, and has always been a generous supporter of the show, and appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you, GM Scott. GM Scott, has been a hero for the whole year, along with some other people that are on the stream tonight. Got a pretty good chance of potentially winning the custom game table. Just saying. I'm looking forward to it, GM Scott. I got to get signed up for that, actually. Now that you didn't mention it, but you brought up Origins. So we were talking about Resurrection in second edition. We're talking about Raised Dead in general, GM Scott. Again, before you came in and interrupted me with your extreme generosity. I don't think D&D wanted it to be a big deal. Now, I do think that there was this awkward component, which is D&D also sort of said, well, when you're only levels 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5 or 6, we don't really care about your character. Like, you haven't really put any time into your character. You've only been playing it for a few months. Who cares? That character's not really special and isn't really worth anything. So you kind of don't really get access to Raised Dead, and you kind of really don't get access to Resurrection. That is sort of a mindset difference that maybe has changed over the years. But now I see people who play games and they want the stories because they're trying to make novels. And when you make a novel, if Aragorn got killed and Boromir got killed and they just took him to Elrond and Elrond gave him a true resurrection and he came back and it was like, oh, Boromir, right? Like you'd be like, wow, there's no tension in this story at all. And you're right. Easy access to Raised Dead makes the game not have a lot of tension. So it's true. And that's why, like, you'll see like on shows like Critical Role where they'll be like, no, Raised Dead in my campaign is a complex ritual that can go wrong and it involves a big story thing. It's like Orpheus going into the underworld to receive his... Because, but D&D isn't designed for that. D&D is designed to be like, well, sometimes the whale of the Banshee trap gets you and your character just dies. I don't know, buddy, go get a resurrection, yeah, look. Go watch Conan the Barbarian. He dies, they bring him back. I mean, they made it a little bit more of a big deal because it was a movie, but I guess what I'm trying to say is D&D was always imagined, it was always supposed to be a little bit pulpy. You know what, Nin? I completely forgot about that. That's how bad it is. Gandalf did die. He came back at higher level. So, again, like it's just like D&D, I hate to tell you this. I don't think it was never intended to be taken seriously. You're playing a game that has swan boats and flying carpets and Bigby's crushing hands and rope tricks into interdimensional pockets and magic sunglasses. It's just not a serious game. If you go back to the original DMG and AD&D manuals, like they had comics in there. The players dressing up like little rat people to infiltrate a temple. I know that obviously that was, supposed to be tongue in cheek, but the point is that the game was always supposed to be a little bit wacky, a little bit not serious, and people have taken the hobby in a very different direction, which is great. And there are great games that have sort of evolved with that sensibility, but D&D hasn't. And D&D is pretty much still the same silly, wacky, wonky game that it was back in the 70s. And, people are trying to turn it into something it's just not. It's just not, so that is what I will say for that. I'm looking forward to the mead for Origins. So ultimately, I thought the Raised Dead rules for second edition were pretty good. My only New Year's resolution is to complete Dungeon 23. Well, John, again, don't. That's great. You should definitely focus on doing it, but don't worry about complete. If you miss a day, if you miss 10 days, just try to be creative and try to keep on it. You'll be fine. Eric has a question. Hey, mate, I have a question about scrolls. When you read a scroll to cast a spell that takes 1 minute to cast, if you are interrupted before the end, do you lose the scroll? My ruling, and I believe the ruling of the game would be no. The scroll is only lost when you have successfully cast the spell, and you have not cast the spell. So I would say that it is not. On the other hand, if I succeed at casting the spell, and then while I'm casting the spell, someone disrupts me with like an attack of opportunity, then as per the rules for attack of opportunity being disrupted, I will have lost the spell. So But like if I start to cast the scroll and then I just stop and I go like down the hallway, no, I don't think that is disruptive. You wouldn't lose the scroll. But if I'm casting it and I get deliberately disrupted by like something like a fighter attacking me or something like that, then yeah, I would. But thank you again, GM Scott, for that incredible donation. Rules, talking about con, rules like that and permanency turn con into a resource, a very long-term resource, and I loved it. Yeah, that was awesome. I do agree with that part, that I love that. Honestly, I'm probably one of the few people in the world who liked 3rd edition's item creation rules. In 3rd edition, if you, there were 7 or 8 item creation feats: craft scroll, scribe scroll, brew potion, craft magic arms and armor, craft wand, craft rod, craft staff, craft wondrous item. So there were 7. And when you took that feat, you then could, if you took scribe scroll, you could make scrolls. If you took brew potion, you could make potions and elixirs. If you took craft magic arms and armor, you could make magic arms and armor. And when you did it, you paid half as much gold as it cost. So if you wanted to make a 10,000 GP item, it only cost you 5. And then you had to pay 1/25 of the base cost in XP. So if something cost 10,000 gold, then you had to pay 500 XP and from your character. And I loved that. I played several wizards in 3rd edition, and I used to spend my experience points like they were going out of style on making cool magic items for myself, for my party. I loved it. The only rule was in the game, you couldn't spend so much experience points that you would cause yourself to lose a level, but I would frequently blow all my experience points and only be like, 10 XP above the minimum to be whatever level I wanted to be, was currently at, because I would just spend all my experience points. So yeah, love it. Let's see. Having watched many Pathfinder spell streams of yours, I have the impression that everyone is walking around with 50 scrolls. Yeah. I mean, there's kind of no reason not to. Whether you make them or you buy them, you certainly have access to enough extra dimensional capacity in Pathfinder 2. And Pathfinder 2 changed something which makes scrolls a lot more competitive than they were in Pathfinder 1. In Pathfinder 1, scrolls DC was set by the level of the spell, and the cost of the spell was set by the level of the spell. So if I made a level 1 scroll, it was going to be a DC 12. It was going to be a very joke, right, of a spell DC. And it was going to cost, 12 gold or 25 gold. If I wanted to make it a higher level spell, I could, which would make it a higher DC, but then I'd have to pay thousands of gold. Well, in Pathfinder 2, the DC of a scroll is always your DC. So, but the cost is still based off of the level of the scroll. So by the time you're level 10 or even like 8, the cost of a spell level 1 or a spell level 2 scroll is a literal pittance to the amount of money that you have, because the gold in Pathfinder 2 is fairly exponential, or at least it's geometric. I think it doubles every 2 levels. So by the time you've gained 4 or 6 levels over something consumable, the cost for that scroll becomes essentially a non-entity. So, and the game has rules for availability, and it's pretty deliberate about those. Scrolls fall into the definition of common. There's routine generic items in the book which cost more money than a level 1 scroll. And if you go to a town that has a level, and as an example, like Magnamar is level 10, Absalom is level 20, the book is pretty much like, hey, given time in this city, you can pretty much buy any item that is that level or lower. And so, yeah, there you go. Are you looking forward to the new crafting rules coming from the new Treasure Vault book? Well, Guitar Guy Nick, I've read the new crafting rules from the Treasure Vault book. And so while I cannot offer a review at this time, I will say they changed the tone of the game, but I don't know that they really changed the outcome. So I'll say that. But part of us getting access to it early was we're not going to do any sort of official review. So, but I have taken a look at them. Oh, and Pumpkin's talking about Northern Reaches 100 Scrolls. It's true. They did. I think it's 2nd edition. My players had maybe 10 each if they were a wizard. I mean, in Pathfinder 2nd edition? Are you kidding me? Oh my God. My fighter had hundreds of scrolls. Spending XP to make magic items. My players gave me a look like I just kicked their cat. Oh, I loved it. It's weird. I actually felt like I had a more personal touch to those magic items. Like I felt like a greater level of personal investment. And what's funny is, shocked to nobody, they got rid of that rule in Pathfinder 1, which is just obviously a port over of 3rd edition. And they just made it a insignificant skill check. And it still cost half. So the magic item was half as much. But it didn't have an XP cost. And so guess what? Crafting magic items were busted in Pathfinder 1 because it literally basically doubled the value of your gold. And then they went in Pathfinder 2, they went completely the opposite direction. And now crafting doesn't give you any advantage whatsoever at all at crafting an item, unless your GM is like, that item's not available. So, I'm excited as fuck to run L5R or 4E in 4 weeks. Well, those are very different games. You let me know there, Vin, if you want to have a so January, by the way, we're not going to be running any APs. My plan is to try to run at least a couple of games for some of the patrons for the heroes, and especially for our folks who have, our highest level folks, our people who've been around for the longest, just love to be able to get back to them. So Vin, you let me know if you want a one-on-one L5R session, we can talk about it. 200 level 1 heal spells. I mean, that honestly, you could have that many, but that's like silly because you don't even need that many. In older editions, like before 3rd edition, yes. 3rd edition was the edition that sort of made scrolls this idea of this like fungible throwaway resource. Before 3rd edition, a scroll was a legitimate like magic item, even though it was quote unquote consumable, right? But by the time 3rd edition came around in 2000, like we'd been living in a world of Diablo, and we had been living in a world of like video games for a while, and that had come back to re-influence D&D. And so the idea of just like clunk, 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 just chugging potions and spamming scrolls like had kind of taken over, and it became like kind of a joke. What's interesting about Pathfinder 2 is I can't help but wonder if this is an acceptable, like, was this what they intended in the meta? Because like, I like to give players choices, and the game designers, Mark is a very brilliant man. I've had the opportunity to talk with him several times this year. And part of game design is all about making choices. And it seems very deliberate to me that you have a number of spells in the game which have a duration of 10 minutes. And to me, that and taking a short rest in Pathfinder 2, in other words, making a treat wounds check or recovering all your focus points, takes 10 minutes. And it seems like the game is trying to say, essentially, you've just cast a bunch of spells which have a 10-minute duration. The resource component choice is now you can get back your infinite resources. You can heal for free to full. You can get back all your focus points, but you are going to lose that 10-minute buff. Or alternatively, you can press on, not get back your focus points, not use treat wounds, but if you do want to recover hit points, you're going to have to use spells or items. And then you get the benefit of maybe that high-level heroism lasting into another fight, or into another fight, or into another fight. But you don't get the freebie of healing up or getting back your focus points. And if that was their intention, then yes, the scroll meta breaks that. The same way that Cure Light Wounds wand spam broke Pathfinder 1. And to a certain extent, 3rd edition D&D. Because now that choice isn't a choice either. Because now you cast your 10-minute buffs or your 5-minute buffs. Everyone gets enlarged, everyone has heroism, everyone has flight, etc., etc. And you go, okay, the fight is over. That took 4 rounds, so, 24 seconds. But now we have to make a choice. Like, we're down hit points. Do we use up some of our resources to heal up? Or do we take the 10 minutes to get the free treat wounds? Well, I don't want to lose all these heroism spells. I don't want to lose these great buffs. Let's keep going. Okay, well, then we're going to have to tap into our resources. Okay, well, I have essentially free access to hundreds of scrolls because they're just so cheap. I mean, even if you're a GM and you make it like a real pain in the ass to get these scrolls, it doesn't really solve the problem. You don't need that many of them. And even if the party can make them, they can make, they can still make a bunch of them. Like, you're not really going to solve the issue. So to that extent, I don't know. Maybe that is an issue. I don't know. Yeah. Finn says he has to study both rule books in the coming weeks and decide what to do. The 3-shot I run will definitely be samurai themed. Not sure how, but will. Yeah, scribing scrolls used to be a huge deal. The NDA from Paizo says KOLC may not divulge anything about this product until 4 weeks. Yes, that is absolutely correct. You have read the NDA. That is correct. Yeah, I agree, Strat. I don't know how you fix that problem, but it is a problem. Honestly, it is a problem. Like, I get that we all like it, but like we don't, right? It's like when you figure out, oh, if I'm playing this game, but if I found this bug that if I push triangle while I'm shooting, I hit 100% of the time. And you're like, oh yeah, I'm just going to only hold down triangle. And at a certain point you go, okay, this just isn't fun anymore. Like, what am I doing? What are we doing here? Right? That's always the saying. So I agree with that. Yeah, I mean, the players in my game probably don't use scrolls very much, probably for the best. My estimate or my guess is that most players in most games don't use scrolls. For starters, there's an innate aversion to consumables. People don't like getting treasure that they lose. So there's always an innate aversion to scrolls and things of that nature. We still see this all the time, even in Northern Reaches, where people go, oh, I'll get a wand of it. And it's like, no, like, unless you're going to cast that 8 or more times and it's going to be relevant, it's not even worth getting it for a wand, because that's usually the price differential between a wand and a scroll. So yeah, there you go. That's just all that's just all the emojis. I love it. Yeah, there you go. See? Yeah, Gargs. My players have always hated using scrolls. They feel like it's wasting money when they should just beat the challenge with what they prepared. I don't really understand why they make gold costs scale so wildly out of control when item level already does the job of restricting access to things. It's a great question. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have an answer. Is that really much of an issue? It's not that too hard to just make a 10-minute gap between combats anyways. Well, okay, whoa. Back up, Nin. Okay, for starters, in 1 minute, a Pathfinder 2 character with a 30-foot speed, okay, which is pretty standard, character with fleet, they can move 90 feet around. There are 10 rounds in a minute. They can move 900 feet in 1 minute. That's 3 American football fields. That is so much larger than pretty much any piezo map space that you were ever going to encounter ever. And even if you assume that they had to open, I don't know, we'll say 20 doors going through that process, you're still literally moving 300, 400 feet in a minute. That's 1 minute. So unless the combat is literally like, you know, an hour plus down the road, correct. Secondly, that is the whole point of these long duration spells. It's to be able to prepare and then get benefits for them for a period of time. Because otherwise, 1 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute, they're 1 hour, all of those spells essentially have the same duration. Like if you could play your game like that, but then you're basically you're saying that these factors between the game and the balance and the spells don't matter. Yeah, I mean, Wand of Scroll of Longstrider is horrible. It's an absolutely horrible design, and it should be removed. Full stop. It's obviously busted. It's obviously broken. It's obviously degenerate. It should not be in existence. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to... I don't know. I wouldn't be opposed. Also, easy access to scrolls makes spontaneous casters even better. Well, it doesn't make them better, but like spontaneous casters are already so much stronger than prepared casters, and then the existence of scrolls means that spontaneous casters really don't have any problems. If I had designed Pathfinder 2, I would have eliminated scrolls completely. Like completely. It just doesn't work with the game. Or actually, I take that back. I would have kept resonance in the game and had a scroll take resonance. Pathfinder was my gateway into TTRPGs, and then 5th edition. Been gone for 6 years. Looking at 2nd edition, my old classes, Summoner and Cleric, read is less fun. Love being a support class. Anyone got tips? Bard is pretty great. Bard is pretty great for being a support cast. Probably one of the best support classes in the game, honestly, Bard. Right, APs and dungeons. Also, where does all that gold come from? The major country down the road probably has a gross national product of 10% of your haul from 14. I mean, GM Scott, the economies of scale of D&D magical items have always been a little bit circumspect and questionable. I mean, you know, people have said this for you. What about the inflation? I know you're joking, but it's like, it's one of those things where you just kind of go, what are we doing here? Boo, scrolls are fun, has to be other solutions. So I think that's an interesting question. It's like, what is it that we like about scrolls? Like, and I mean this realistically, right? Like, which is like, do we just like being broken and cheesy? Like, is that what you like? In that case, sure. You know, that's an incredible, hey, what an awesome, incredible super chat. Laughing Outlaw. Happy New Year, everyone, with a massive, incredible, amazing super chat. Thank you, sir. That is... RPG! Thank you very much for that. Awesome support. Love it. Very humbling. Thank you so much. You guys are special. You all are very, 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 very generous. I love you all very much. Thank you. Guys, keep this channel going. Anytime we think about quitting, we're like, well, listen, people are supporting us, and that makes a difference. So thank you, everybody, for that incredible support. And thank you, Laughing Out Loud, for that incredible, generous gift. Hoping you and yours all the best as we go into 2023, and hoping for a incredible Northern Reaches Season 2. I think it's going to be really, really, really awesome. Happy New Year's, indeed. Thank you so much. Yeah, bards are great. Bards are pretty fun. I like the occult list. They get some fun focus spells, some composition cantrips. It's a fun class. For me, some of my favorite scroll and spellbook memories is about finding them as loot. If I recall correctly, the Discord has talked about this a lot, but the idea of awesome loot is sorely lacking nowadays. 100%. I don't disagree with you in the slightest. But I what are you supposed to do? I don't, there's no real option. Like, I had this idea the other day where I thought about, this is more for like, basic D&D, old school basic D&D, where your wizard starts with one spell in their spell book, and they don't have slots. They can just cast the spell in their spell book once a day. If they find a scroll and they copy it into their spell book, obviously the scroll disintegrates. That means that they can now cast that spell once a day. Like, the idea of being like, if you were a level 1 wizard and somehow you went out into the dungeon and you found 7 scrolls and you wrote them into your book, you could now cast 7 spells a day. And that when you level up, you don't gain anything. like you don't gain any sort of thing. Maybe you put in some sort of check if it's a higher level. But the point was, I was trying to figure out a way, like, the modern wizard just gets spells for just leveling up. Like, it's just automatic. And I was trying to figure out, like, why would a wizard ever adventure? And if literally the only way that you could find, spells was you had to actually, like, find them from these ancient dungeons where the accumulated knowledge of ancient civilizations was, and you could take that scroll and add it into your book, and that literally gave you the ability to then cast that spell once a day. It was a very compelling reward cycle because it was like 1-to-1. And then finding a scroll was a big fucking deal, because if you found a fireball scroll and you put it into your book, you could now cast fireball. I don't care what level you are. I thought that was pretty cool. I thought that idea was pretty interesting. Also, completely agree here with Damien. I mean, when they added magical item costs to items, and they had to, account for the cost and the scaling, it ruined any concept of economics. It's absurd. And 4th edition D&D, which goes to 30th level, literally has items at the end of the game which are worth like 1.4 million gold pieces per item. It's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. John asked, John, super chat. Sorry, I missed your super chat, John. What does resonant mean, and how would that apply to scrolls? So, John, in Pathfinder 2 beta, in the Pathfinder 2 playtest, so this was the soft cover playtest version of Pathfinder 2. In the original version of Pathfinder 2, they wanted to solve an issue, which this is an issue that's been in D&D for a long time. 4th edition solved it. People hated it. There's like 6 reasons why people hate 4th edition. The first reason is because they never even played it. They just thought it was cool to hate it. But there are 5 other reasons, which I don't think are good reasons for me, but they are legitimate reasons. And one of the reasons is in 4th edition, your character, amongst other things, your character had, depending on their level, a certain number of times per day they could use a magical item. Okay, if it was something like a magical sword, you could use it forever. It just gave you a bonus. But if you had like a magical item that lets you, cast web, or if you had a magical item that let you fly, you could only use, not each item, I could only use 1 magic item per day. And every 2 encounters in 4th edition is called a milestone. You would got a additional use of magical item. So as you played more throughout the day, you could use more of your items, but it was limited. Well, in the beta, Pathfinder, and by the way, 4th edition did this because they realized if they didn't do this, you would get item spam. And so in the beta, they had this concept called resonance points, and they were tied to your character's charisma score. And what it said, or what the exact rule was, I just want to make sure I get it right here, is that most activations of an item require 1 resonance point. So if you ran out of resonance points, you could not activate a magical item. And the number of resonance points that your character got was equal to your charisma modifier plus your character's level. So a level 5 character with a 16 charisma, which is a +3 modifier, would have 8 resonance points per day. As you went through your day and used your magical items, you would subtract these resonance points. And when the resonance points ran out, you couldn't use magical items anymore. You couldn't use a scroll. You couldn't use a potion. You couldn't use a necklace of fireball. You couldn't use your boots of flying or your bracelets of speed. And people in the beta hated this. They hated it. They hated it. They hated it. They hated it. I think it's inspired design. I think it's brilliant. And I think it solves a lot of issues. And so people, they said that, okay, fine, whatever. You can have whatever you want. And people are like, yay. And so now you have scroll spam. you get exactly what they didn't want to have happen. So, all right, got to catch up here for the chat. Stratford, you're asking a question to somebody else. Two of them made bards, and they are they are terrible. Nowhere near as good at strike as fighter. I mean, yes, they're not going to be, but think about it. They can help the fighter strike better. So that is the key. Oh, see, Damien said it. There you go. Bards are supposed to make the fighter strike better themselves, not actually strike themselves. Nin says resonance points actually turned me off from PF2 during the playtest. Cavern and Cave Troll says, wow, brutal to resonance points. I see the logic, but it was so feels bad. Strat says, oh yeah, there we go. Right. PF2 beta had the scroll issue mostly fixed via resonance. Agreed. You don't fix every issue. You don't fix the scroll of Longstrider problem, but you do fix the issue of just, you know, I'm going to spam 10 heal scrolls. I'm just going to use whatever magical items I can and just whatever. Blueberry, great to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for being a big fan and fun of the big fan of the channel. It's fun having you here in these live streams. I'm curious, Guitar Guy Getting, why didn't that sound fun? I'm just wondering. I'm like legitimately wondering. Vin asks, what were its problems? Because it definitely had some. I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about resonance points? Or are you talking about Pathfinder 2 beta? Or are you talking about 4th edition? Actually, I liked Mark that it was tied to charisma, because charisma historically, I hate the D&D stats. I love trying to create that there shouldn't be a dump stat. I hate that charisma can just be a dump stat. I like for every stat to matter. Oh, see, Gargs gets it. There you go. Good job, Gargs. Cavern says, but we didn't have spam in 1st edition, 2nd edition because of all these things were controlled by the DM. Well, number one, there was literally no price. You know, unless your GM is doing something very, very, very different than what is in the book. Number one, characters can make scrolls. It's just a crafting check. You can make them in batches, you know. So number one, characters can just make these items. Number two, the game rules assume that the characters can buy these items. Even if the GM wants to come in and make an exception and say, hey, I'm cheating and I'm changing the rules, and you know, you can come into this town and you can buy 20 long swords at 10 gold a piece, but you can't buy 20 first level scrolls at 6 gold a piece, even though they're all just common. And even though the level of this city is 12 or 14, it's a city of tens of thousands of people. If your GM wants to do that, that's fine. But at that point, you're solving the issue through the most kludgy and awkward and ultimately punishing way imaginable. It's just not a good solution. It's better to figure out an actual solution to the problem instead of what it is. Would old school scrolls and spellbooks work for PFE if scrolls were only available as loot? Maybe. I mean, I'll also say this. In our campaigns throughout the years, certainly going back to 3rd edition, we played 2nd edition, but we were really young when we played 2nd edition, right? We were 12, 13, 14. I mean, we had campaigns, but we were kids. So most of my adult campaigns have been 3rd edition, 4th edition, or Pathfinder 1. Some of my favorite loot to give was higher level scrolls to a lower level party. I loved giving a level 2 wizard or 3 wizard a scroll of fireball, which is a spell they would not be able to cast for another couple of levels. And getting access to a scroll of fireball early was such an amazing, awesome, fun gift. It changed the dynamic of the whole game. I certainly remember a very famous story, which I've told on this story or on this channel. Wow, I can't even believe I was literally about to say this story, and SC Voldo comes out of the fucking woodwork and says the Circle of Death. Yes, exactly. Circle of Death. My buddy here, Rich, who has been playing with me for 20 some years, they got a scroll of death, a scroll of Circle of Death, which is just capable of killing dozens of hit dice worth of monsters. And it was much higher level than them. And they came across this huge group of Minotaurs. I've told the story before. And SC Voldo said, I've got that scroll of Circle of Death. If we get a lucky roll, I think we could kill like half of these Minotaurs in one go. And it was awesome. It was this incredible moment. So scrolls used to be, but there was also like a risk factor, right? Because 3rd edition and Pathfinder 1, you had to make a check if the scroll was too higher level than you. In Pathfinder 2, there is no check. A level 1 character could pick up a Meteor Swarm scroll and use it. It uses your DC, which is a little awkward and a little weird, but you could use it. But point is like old 3rd edition and Pathfinder 1 scrolls were fantastic for that kind of combat as war, like trick up my sleeve, ace up my sleeve kind of style of play, because you had these incredible, powerful, kind of almost like a nuclear option that you could go to for these really incredible buffs. So I really thought that those were really awesome. Also, Happy New Year, Rich. Love you. Happy that you decided to stop in here, buddy. Let's see. No, most games don't have scroll spam, to be fair. Yeah, no, Nin, most people in Pathfinder 2 aren't even casting buff spells. They're not casting Synesthesia and Heroism and True Target. They're not free archetyping into Sorcerer so that they can get True Strike spam. A lot of people aren't even aiding. Some groups aren't even flanking. So, yeah, I mean, obviously there's a scale here. Residents must have had some huge issues, either in comms or framing or balance. No. The issue with Resonance has absolutely nothing to do with balance. The issue with Resonance is simulationism. The issue with Resonance was players going, I want to be able to read as many scrolls per day as I want. I want to be able to use as many magical items as I want. I want to be able to drink as many healing potions as I want. Resonance was like healing surges in 4th edition, and where healing surges in 4th edition said, you can only heal yourself. You can only be healed this many times per day. It doesn't matter whether it's from a cleric spell or a healing potion or from you taking a short rest. You get 10 of these per day. And Resonance was very much the same, and people hated that. They absolutely hated that. It ruins the idea of this realistic game for them. So that's, I think, really the issue. Question: what stat array would you create, or would you do away with stats? I don't know what that question means, Strat. I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question? I know I'm really far behind here. What if you just made scrolls one bulk? I mean, that would work. It's a little weird. It is a piece of paper. Yeah, all scrolls are now like clay tablets, like the Ten Commandments. With 6 ability scores, there will always be a dump stat. That's not necessarily true, John. There are ways to do that, better ways to do that. But I agree. You don't need that many stats, really, honestly. Some of them do feel duplicative. Shadow of the Demon Lord, obviously, is a better... I won't say it's a better game, but it's a better designed game because Rob Donahue did having worked on these other games, said, oh, I want to iterate and fix some of these issues in my design. I'm actually really looking forward to whatever it's... I don't really like the Death World post-apocalyptic black metal feel of Shadow of the Demon Lord, and I really would like to see Cult of the Weird Wizard or something, or Tower of the Weird Wizard. They're coming out with another sort of less extreme version of Shadow of the Demon Lord, and I do think that'll be really interesting. The only way to get
Resonance tipped $5. Resonance sounds nonsensical. Sorry you can't wave your wand or read the scroll today because you pressed the button on a rod of lordly might this morning. Healing surges makes more sense. Also see Guitar Nick's response to your question.
Resonance tipping for resonance. Yeah, well, obviously people agreed with you there, Resonance. They did think you were nonsensical. But that doesn't make... I mean, you can only use battlefield medicine once a day. So explain that one to me. If I treat wounds you, I can't help you for an hour. Why? Unless I take a feat. What is that feat letting me do? It's called continual recovery. That's the name of it. Continual recovery. What does that mean? So if resonance is nonsensical, and maybe it is, I will point to you. I can't enter a stance unless I am in encounter mode. The fuck is encounter mode? The game is already full of these things. People just pick weird hills to die on, and they don't understand what the hell they're talking about. Later. Thank you for being so awesome and amazing. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the donation, and thank you for being a member of the Patreon. Enjoy your New Year's Eve with your friends and family. Hope you have a great time. Thank you. I'm not saying you're wrong that resonance is, maybe silly, but there's so many silly things in Pathfinder 2. Let's see. SC Volo showing me some love. Thank you there, sir. Downtime's fine for making scrolls. Yeah, like, look, if your GM wants to make it so that you can't buy magical items, I mean, that's a different problem entirely. I think you're overvaluing aiding. Aid uses your reaction, and most classes have better things to do with their reaction. Sean, we're not going to get super into this, and there are instances where you are right. Certainly there are some great reactions in the game, but there are a lot of instances where hitting is more important than anything, and the aid, or succeeding, and the aid reaction, the aid action is fantastically beneficial for that. There are probably classes like the champion, for example, who probably shouldn't be aiding because their reaction is so dang useful and so dang powerful. But for a lot of character classes, especially certain casters, it's a really good trade. A really good trade. Mostly just because it helps you crit, Sean, and crit is not only worth 2 hits, it's actually worth more than 2 hits because of all the additional riders that occur due to runes and due to critical specialization effects on your critical hit. So it's tough to say what a critical hit's worth, but it's worth a lot. Maybe 2.5, 2.75 hits, depends on what your weapon and rune spec is. Okay, sorry. Strat is already answering my question. My bad. Sorry. See, I don't even have to say anything anymore. I just let everybody in my chat already knows what the answer are. Nin, okay. I found healing surges in 4th edition very stressful as a new player. It made me play way too conservatively. I can appreciate that, Nin, but I also kind of like that. Like part of the fun for me of 4th edition is that it actually is a system where you are doing resource management, and that means that when you go into a fight and just blow your hit points away, that's a price. And I don't think playing too conservatively is great, but 4th edition is supposed to reward players who play better. If you can go through a fight and an encounter and only lose 1 or 2 healing surges, you're doing it better than the other guy or the other girl. So yeah, like resource management in that respect is supposed to do that. And while it might be a little bit like, oh, I feel like I'm going to run out of gas, that's kind of the point. Like it gives you something to really actually hold yourself to the barometer of. Because to put it to another example, and John, I saw your super chat. We're going to get to that in a second. If we play Pathfinder 2, let's say it's you and me, Nin, and we got some other people, and we're experts at the game, and we get into a combat and we crush it. We play really smart. We have got great buffs. We take the monsters down in a couple of rounds because we're using great spells and we have great characters with great feats. And we lose, 10 to 20% of our hit points tops. Now, take another group. I'm going to pick on Boothby. We take Boothby's group and they go fight the same encounter that we just fought. And they win. It's Pathfinder 2. The fight was a moderate or severe fight. And they lose 80% of their hit points. In fact, two characters went down during the fight, and they're wounded 2, wounded 3. When the fight is over for both of those instances, for most groups in most circumstances, we are going to be at all of us are going to be at wounded 0, 100% hit points at the end of the fight, because we are going to use treat wounds, or we're going to have enough time to heal up, or it's going to be, whatever, later that day. So infinite time. Hand wave the checks. That means the fact that we played better doesn't really have any impact on our ability to progress through the game. Now, this is brilliant. Pathfinder 2 is probably one of the best designed games of all time. Because that's brilliant. For Paizo creating a game to do just that. It means that, Pathfinder 2 can be played by us and it can be played by Boothby's groups. And it doesn't matter how well you play, you're going to be fine to go to the next encounter and the next encounter and the next encounter. And you're going to be able to go through the AP and you're going to be able to see the cool encounters and you're going to be able to have, beat the bad guys and you're going to be able to, continue to progress your thing. You're not going to be punished for not being good enough. And that's great if that is your game of design and objective. For me, I want something that's a little bit more, I don't want to say punishing, but more challenging. All right, question repeat. You said you dislike D20's normal stat array, thus the question if you happen to have a better one in mind. Oh. I would get rid of Constitution. I would just put Constitution in with Strength. And I would get rid of... or I might split Dexterity. Like, maybe Dexterity should be like Dexterity and Agility, because it's 2 different things. It's just too good. And then, like, Intelligence and Wisdom and Charisma. I don't know. Maybe that should just be, like, the magic stat. I don't know. I don't think we really need those separate things, honestly, anymore. John. Yeah, John's array here. I think that's from Shadow of the Demon Lord. That's pretty good. All right, John, here we go. $10 super chat. Thank you, John. Investigators forensic medicine can do battle medicine once an hour. There you go. Why? Why not once every 10 minutes? Why not once every 15 minutes? What is forensic medicine doing? And why do I have to be an investigator to do it? Does it make any sense? I don't know. I'm just saying, That's fine. Why do they do that? Game balance reasons. The same reason why they have resonance in the game. Like, it's just, fine. You should definitely be able to enter stances outside of encounter mode. How dare you? Have you not thought of the consequences? Yeah, I mean, obviously that is exactly true. Self-confessed cynic. Yes, Champion's reaction is either insane or utterly useless. There's like just no components. And Strat obviously coming in with the MVP answer here. See, look, everybody's just answering my questions anyways. But thank you, by the way, John, for that. Great point. And he gets to add your level. Look, I mean, it's great that you could be great at battle medicine. I mean, I'm not complaining about that. I'm just saying it's kind of silly because battle medicine is just me treating your wounds. Like, what is stopping me? Like, I got into a fight, and I got a cut on my arm, and I got a cut on my leg, and I got a cut on my midsection. And you come in and you say, I'm going to use battle medicine. And I go, okay. You're like, I patch up your chest wound. You heal this many hit points. And I'm like, can you do something about my leg? Not for an hour. Or not until tomorrow. It doesn't even make sense. I also, by the way, like that battle medicine is one action, which is also the action to avert your gaze or to put a hand on a weapon. 2 seconds. Look, see, Minitreas, that's the real question. How is battle medicine even being done in 2 seconds? That is the real question. And by the way, with one hand. Right? You only need one hand free to make the battle medicine check. And you could be wearing your tools around you as long as you have them equipped as tools. So with one hand, wah! By the way, to put this into comparison, that is what lay on hands does, which is clearly magical. So good. To be honest, I never consider stress for a player negative. Extra head math, clunky mechanics, yes. Stress, almost never. I don't know what that's in response to there, Vin. Guitar Guy Nick, I just want to let you all know that the Foundry PF2 system is now automating immunities, resistances, and weaknesses to their damage rolls to make it easier to manage. With another couple updates, we won't even have to play the game anymore. I am really torn about all of that. I know it sounds stupid, but I am. I mean, part of the reason I play the game is so that I can play the game. But at the same time, it's a pain in the ass. And so part of me wonders, should tabletop role-playing games just not be this complex? That's all. It's fantastic for a video game. I just wonder about the nature of a TTRPG. To put it another way, and I actually had this question. I actually thought maybe this is actually a brilliant idea. Maybe this is a way that we all can become awesome game designers. If you were to make not a TTRPG, but a VTT RPG. So you're making a role-playing game that is never designed to be played at an actual real table. It is only designed to be played virtually, not as a video game, that would be a video game, but as a virtual tabletop game. What would that game look like? And do you think that game might start to look like Pathfinder 2? 4E might be a great question, because I played 4E for a long time and high level. And let me tell you something. There are a lot of numbers and there are a lot of effects to track. And Pathfinder 2 has got a lot too. I'm not going to lie. And has a lot of actions and a lot of reactions and a lot of things that pop up in here and there. And I go, is this game not designed to be played at a real table, but only designed to be played at a VTT? But if you were to design a game that was expressed, like it was like, no, this game can't even be played in real life. So
GM
Scott
$75 using battle medicine on myself just in case Phenom shows up.
Oh, GM Scott, you son of a bitch. Thank you very much. I appreciate the preemptive heal there, Scott. Thank you again for that incredibly generous offer or donation. Thanks for keeping the stream going. Scott's one of our Hero Pluses, by the way, so has a great chance of winning the table. Scott, I don't know. You might have the best chance of winning the table, possibly, based off of your Patreon value. Are you in the market for a handcrafted game table, Scott? I am not. I definitely am not. Satir, I like that idea, actually, Satir. That's a great question. I probably would use percentages, yeah. That's a great point. Thank you again, Scott. That's very generous of you. People still talking about Battlefield Medicine. Nin says, yeah, Foundry is almost too good. And I know that sounds stupid, Nin. You're right, but I agree with you. Like, I know I just said it too, and you're agreeing with me. But like, yeah, I kind of do think that it's almost too good. It's weird. Because at a certain point, I'm like, what am I even doing now? I feel like I'm just pushing a button. Like, I don't have to do anything. Like, yeah, we have, but because it takes care of all the rules for you. It's like, okay, but if I'm not even interacting with them, then what do I even care about them? Strat, the classic Strat answer. Regarding complexity in the game playing itself, I've just thought about this for like 6 hours today. If people are interested in it, I'd be happy to talk on it about Discord later. Yeah, possibly, Strat. I mean, we're probably going to wrap up here in the next half hour. I'm going to let people actually go, you know, maybe have a toast and watch a ball drop. But I'm probably going to be sitting around here all night for sure. How would that be? How would that be better than World of Warcraft? Yeah, I mean that's what I'm kind of saying. It starts to sound like that game would be one D&D. Garg's 4th edition combats did take a long time at high level, but honestly, Gargs, one of the things that we've talked about this. Again, we played 4th edition a long time. We actually believe that 4th edition is designed for combats to take longer at higher level because they want you to have more opportunity to use all of your cool abilities. By the time you're high level in 4th edition, you've got 4 or 5 encounter powers. You've got 6 or 7 daily utility powers. You've got 4 daily attack powers. And if fights were ending in 2 or 3 rounds, you wouldn't even get a chance to go through to use your encounter powers. I think they designed the game to take longer at higher levels so that you had more of a chance to sort of show off your stuff and get a chance to actually use all of your powers throughout the course of many encounters over the course of a day. Yeah, that's true. A game that was designed for VTT might end up looking a lot like XCOM. Most of my TTRPGs are designed as VTT RPGs. I once had 4D11 with dice numbers going from -5 to +5, aka 4D11 minus 24, just because it made the math work well. I don't know about the table. I have room for it, but either way, you guys would be welcome to come up and play. You know, the problem with this table giveaway is everybody keeps going, oh, that'd be so awesome, but we don't have room for it, or, oh, you know, we don't really need it. And I'm just like, Jesus. No one wants my table. Okay. A percentage system is what they did with BattleTech video game, and I know that the real board game uses 2d6. So, right, it just gives you better fidelity. You know, you can have more incremental changes, while at the same time still being something that a human can relatively understand. Like, it still needs to be understandable as a human. Like, if you just started using some completely obscure index value, like Strat was saying, 4011 minus 24, I don't think we as humans have a innate understanding of that easily. Whereas I think a percentage system is probably the best you're going to get, because people get it, and, you know,
Donnie,
they're not going to lose their mind over it.
$50. Happy New Year, you magnificent people.
Thank you, Donnie, for the tip. Yes, Donnie was voted almost unanimously to be the new Santa Claus after the Poppets killed the old one. Thank you, Donnie, for that. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to your family as well. Hopefully, with your new power grid, hopefully you got some people coming home to celebrate with you, or maybe it's just you and the wife. But either way, thank you
Guys,
so much for your tip.
454 tipped $5. I will say 4E was real easy to design and run as a DM, which was a big advantage of the system.
Probably the biggest advantage of the system, Gargs. I loved designing for 4th edition, and I thought the design ethos it was sublime, and it's still something that I use today. So, it's a fantastic set of circumstances, and I completely agree with you on that regard. It was definitely the easiest to run as a DM. The monster blocks were tight, focused, easy to understand, used a lot of symbology. The powers were written in a way that made it so that it was easy to pick it up and understand. The skill DCs used a very simple, easy progression. And of course, obviously designing encounters and monsters was phenomenally easy. So thank you so much. But thank you, Santa Claus, for your incredibly generous donation.
RPG! 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 RPG!
I gotta get some new sounds on my board. I still have all these fucking Santa Claus ones. Actually, curious because we have Santa Claus. Here we go.
Merry Christmas to you.
And then we also had
Happy Christmas. Christmas is finally here.
Happy Christmas!
There we go. There's Don. That's Donnie's new. That's Donnie's new sound effect whenever he posts anything. I'll leave this one in there. Maybe I can make it so that when he tips, it just says that. But thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Oh, it's
It's a Christmas miracle.
that one did get good use.
It's a Christmas miracle.
That one was pretty good. That one did get a lot of use. I did appreciate that. Awesome. Fun times, everybody. I gotta say, I'm excited. I'm excited for 2023. I'm excited for some of these new games that are coming out. We're still not going to be there, right? Armageddon's going to be 2024. That's when 6th edition comes out. We'll see what happens. Really don't know what's going to happen with Pathfinder 2 in the new year. We got one book, right? Treasure Vault, January. But, I mean, honestly, I've read through the book. I'm not going to offer any reviews on it. But it's just more magic items. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it fundamentally changes the game too much. But then we have Rage of Elements. And we have Kineticist. And, again, going back to that, has Pathfinder 2 peaked? I just wonder what else is out there, really, for us to get games for. Classes for and where we need to go. I mean, it's just, and we're about halfway through the archetypes. I think we're just about exactly halfway. Happy New Year's, Gid. Great. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for being a part of us. We'll see you. We'll see you later. So Sindaria, I don't think they're going to do this, but I'm not going to lie to you. This is a New Year's Eve thing. Aaron and I have talked about trying to maybe try to do a mythic expansion for Pathfinder 2. And maybe I don't want to make any promises about it because I have no idea what would possibly be involved with that. But yeah, of doing a mythic expansion for Pathfinder 2. And probably make it part of some sort of big battle cry release or something. But that might be something that he and I are going to be batting around a little bit, because we do think that it's crazy. I just don't align at all with anything that anybody ever says ever. Aaron and I aren't even like these big cheesy power gamers, and we're not anime lovers. We don't like anime at all. I actively dislike it. Mythic Adventures is one of my favorite. It's probably one of my favorite, if not the favorite Pathfinder 1 book. That book is awesome. That book is incredible. It's amazing. It's so fun. So many people hate it. And the thing I always hear from it is it's not balanced. You're a mythic demigod. Why? When did balance ever enter into this equation? People have the most outrageous reasons for not liking things. It's like people want to be lame their whole lives. It's like, this is your opportunity to be a character who finally isn't lame. What are you doing? It's just crazy. Anyways, Mythic is awesome because it's not balanced. Exactly. I agree with you, John. We don't need any more classes. I've gone on record as saying this. I mean, look, if you're going to give me an interest, like so far, the last 3 classes, Psychic, Thaumaturge, and the Kineticist, which we have the playtest for, have at least done something sizably and significantly different. I don't know that the fictional design space is appropriate, but at least they are interesting enough from a design element, from the game design element, game mechanical space, that I'm at least like, okay, these ones have been good. So maybe that's the direction we're going to keep going. I don't know. Remains to be seen, but I agree. Bob, am I going to stream all the way past midnight? I am not, Bob. I'm probably going to be wrapping up here in the next 15 minutes, 30 minutes. I'm sure we're not going to watch the ball drop or anything like that. But listen, someone might say something. I start going off on a rant. You never know. Things could happen. GM Scott saying to Damien about Violent Night, I promise you that is probably more of a Bob movie than a Derek movie. So I will agree with GM Scott there, Damien. A big book of archetypes would be cool too, as long as they were good. I mean, this is where I'm sort of in the Vin school of thought, which is like, just make everything awesome, right? I think that'd be fun. BC4 has Mythic then. It might be multiple releases. Gabe, Happy New Year's to you as well. Sindaria says an official mythical release should occur would be the nail in the coffin for PF2E. Really? You think so? Smith doesn't like anime, but he does like Final Fantasy. That's where the overlap there occurs, Strat. Oh, I see what you're saying. It's the end of the publishing curve. Okay, I'll agree with that. Well, to be fair, Leog, have you seen, I mean this legitimately. Have you played high level Pathfinder 2? It's like unplayable. You have, like, if you're a spellcaster, you have so many feats and so many items and so many spells and so many scrolls and so many wands and so many staves and charges and this. And if you're using free archetype, God help you. And even as a fighter, you're like, I have 14 class feats today because of my flexible combat flexibility, and I might only use 4 of them. Like they're all front and center. They're all use this, and it's overwhelming. It honestly is completely overwhelming. I actually completely agree. Overwhelming with this. I have hopes for the Kineticist. Its print is not great. Agreed, but I do like the design. Agreed. Actually, I mean, I love, airbending, earthbending, waterbending. I love it. Min Andreas loved Mythic. I love Mythic too. My dwarf brawler was picking up demons and hitting other demons with that demon. Sweet. They'll probably give us a Far East theme book with Samurai Ninja. Yeah, that makes sense. They should do that, Damien, but they never, ever will. Happy New Year's from New Zealand. Yes, first is almost, well, Blaine, we're just getting close there. We're about 2 hours away here on the East Coast of the United States. But from the future, from the past, Happy New Year's to you who are already there. Happy New Year's to you as well, Flint. $10 from Ninebreaker 2. We need a big book of general and skill feats. Amen. Amen. We just need fun, competitive choices, But again, Paizo doesn't want to go the splat route. I really think that they are sticking to that, and they don't want to do these books that you feel like, oh, now I need to flip through 3 books just to be able to know what skills feats I have and what general feats I have. But I agree with you that those are 2 areas of the game that are just woefully underrepresented. And again, if I had, look, game design is difficult. I'm not trying to make fun of it or make light of it. And certainly there are people out there who have their full-time job, and it's fantastic. And like, it's tough stuff. It's tough work. But if I had the time, like, that would definitely be something I would love to just sort of work on and figure out something, or work with smart people who play the game all the time and just come up with some interesting ideas, GM Scott, my spellcasting players have had a super hard time tracking all the myriad spells they have access to from class, archetype, wand, staff, domain, font, focus. Absolutely. And I'm not trying to like toot my own horn here, but I'm pretty good at these games. I've been a GM for a long time, so I've got a great head for managing a lot of complex things. Playing my high-level Pathfinder 2 spellcaster was overwhelming for me. Once I got past 13th level, maybe, it was overwhelming. I had so many options. Dare I say too many, especially with, like you said, I had my font and I had my slots and I had my focus spells and I had my staffs and it was just so much. Flint, isn't all high level play in most traditional RPGs like this though? Well, not in like basic D&D. Basic D&D, you didn't, hell, you stopped gaining anything and abilities or anything at level 9 usually, or 10. But yes, I mean, high level play is always going to be more complex and complicated. But I mean, in a game like Pathfinder 2, where you have more feats and more class features, it does mean that, that problem just compounds more as you get higher level. You're like, well, I had 3 feats and I was already kind of like trying to juggle those all. And now I have 12. Like, it's just a lot more because Pathfinder 2 has more complexity and more dials. Flint, thank you for the super chat, by the way. It just means that those things build on top of each other and it just gets progressively more and more complicated. I mean, to the point where people say, I've heard people say I wouldn't play Pathfinder 2 if I wasn't playing on a VTT. We're at level 9, and I am dreading leveling up more. In PF1, that is when the game started to get overwhelming. PF2 might be better. It still looks daunting. Yeah, I mean, I think that's true for a lot of people. There's just a certain level where you just start to go, there's so much going on in my sheet. I'm going to miss things. I don't know how everything works, especially if you're not like the proest of pro gamers. Strat says, if I were making a leveled game, I'd make higher level obsolete old game mechanics and have low level feats care about those mechanics. Yeah. I mean, 4th edition did this, obviously, as well. I mean, 4th edition still got very complicated at high level, and it did obsolete old mechanics with new improved mechanics, but I agree with you on that one. Yeah. It's an interesting situation. I don't know where we're going to end up, but I'm definitely looking forward to it. 13th Age is pretty good. Yeah, actually. But 13th Age only has 10 levels, GM Scott. So it kind of cheats. It says, well, we can only do it in 10. So you get 20 levels of stuff, but in 10 levels. So it's pretty, it's half as much. Meta magic sucks. There's no way around it. There's like 4 good meta magic feats in the game, and they are C- at best. Meta magic is one of the biggest duds in Pathfinder 2 to me. I think it was a huge swing and a miss. Huge swing and a miss. Greg says, we played through 2nd edition. We played up through 26th level. And it was awesome. Yeah, like growing up, I used to hear stories about my older cousins' campaigns, and they had these dual class characters who maxed out at 20 and then restarted the game as level 1 and, got to like level 14 or 15 in Rogue, and then they restarted the game at 1. And it was really interesting. I thought 4E mostly let you replace abilities. Did it obsolete entire game mechanics? Sort of. Like, early abilities would like daze, and then like later abilities would like stun, which was better than daze. Kind of like that. Early mechanics would slow, which is penalty. You could only move 2 squares with a move action. It wasn't like Pathfinder 2 slow. Later abilities would immobilize, right? So like they kind of like upped the intensity of the effect. Yeah, each level is a huge difference in 13th Age, absolutely. Do you think you could make a compressed version of Pathfinder 1 to 12? How would you go about it? I mean, I think you would just give everybody a class feat at every level. You'd give them a new spell level at every level. You might just go 1 to 11. You just compress how, when, and how they get the feats. You'd become expert at 3, you'd become a master at 5 or 6, you'd become legendary at 9, and there you go. Boom, you're done. And then just compress all the rest of it. I think it'd be pretty easy to do. Meta Magic was very interesting strat, but I don't think they hit the mark. How hard would it be to plug the PF2E 3-action system into another D20 RPG? Well, it depends what the D20 RPG is, but fundamentally, not that hard. The issue is you have to make a determination if there are actions which are better than other actions. So in Pathfinder 2, they know that strike, attacking, is the best option. And that is why they built in the multiple attack penalty, because they have to discourage that. They have to discourage that, sorry. They can't encourage that. They have to discourage that, because otherwise people would do a lot of turns where you would just strike, or you would just move, strike. People do that already. But if there wasn't a penalty, it would be even more absurd. And so because that was such a compelling action option, they had to, penalize it. So there are a lot of unforeseen things that happen with the 3-action economy, though, that people do not appreciate. One is that characters move a lot faster. Range becomes a very much... movement is a kind of a joke in Pathfinder 2. I mean, it's easy to get speed, but even with the room sizes, like you can 2 actions, like Aaron. Oh, so Aaron and I had a great lunch the other day, and we were talking about specifically, well, we were talking about what RPGs we want to play, but somebody, I don't know how the conversation came up, but I was talking about Conga line and about, why that bothered him so much, and or why it bothered us so much, but it really bothers Aaron, but it bothers me too, only for one reason. And the reason why the Conga line bothers me is because, not because it looks silly. That's apparently why it bothers Aaron. It bothers me because Pathfinder 2 had this big, it's part of their spiel. It's part of their, it's part of one of their core game design ethos is we're going to make combat dynamic and exciting with a lot of movement. And we're going to, they went out and they said, we are eliminating attack of opportunity because we want to free up the battlefield. We want the battlefield to be this dynamic and evolving place. And so the reason why I don't like the Conga line is because it's the opposite of that. Because, within a turn or a round or two, people get locked into this chain of flat-footedness. And you don't want to move because, number one, you want the creature to have a penalty to their armor class. But 2, if you move, well, now your ally isn't getting the flank bonus either. And so there's really not an incentive to move. And if you're moving, then you're not going to be making attacks. And your opponent is right here. They're on either side of you. So it's like kind of, not a problem. And so I wondered, I said, so I'm interested though. Flanking in Pathfinder 2 is essentially flanking in 4th edition. It's flanking in 3rd edition. It's a +2 or a -2 to hit it, or -2 to AC. It's the same thing. Flanking did the same thing in 3rd edition in Pathfinder 1, and combat advantage is what it was called in 4th edition. It was a +2 bonus to hit. And we never saw Conga lines develop in those games. And Aaron said, well, I think it's because those games had attack of opportunity. And I said, I don't think so. Because number one, attacks of opportunity are, especially in older editions of the game, not even really that scary. Number one, they might miss. And number two, they never do that much damage that it would really be that much of it. I mean, it's a disincentive mechanic, but it's not like it's this crazy mechanic you want to avoid. But also I said, usually the attack of opportunity came when you would leave the flank. So if anything, the attack of opportunity and the presence in 3rd edition and Pathfinder 1 of the full attack action should have meant that Conga lines should have been even more prevalent in 3rd edition in Pathfinder 1 than they are in Pathfinder 2. So we sat there at the Red Robin with our unlimited fries, and Aaron had a brilliant idea, and because we were talking earlier about the requirements of charging in 3rd edition and Pathfinder 1, and Aaron said, I think it actually had to do with charging, because in Pathfinder 1 and in 3rd edition, you could move twice and attack in a turn. It was called charging. but it had really, really strict movement rules. You had to charge to the closest spot where you could hit an enemy. And oftentimes that meant, essentially their front. Otherwise, you had to move once and attack, or move twice and not attack. But in Pathfinder 2, because you have 3 actions, and you can stride, strike, you can essentially do what in Pathfinder 1, or 3rd edition, was charging, which is move twice, attack, but you could do it without any of those movement restraints. You can do it where you move and you go kind of wonky side around, and then you come in from the other side of them. Like literally, like you go around them and then come in from behind them, and then your ally comes up and, from in front of them, and now they're flanked. And then the flanks start kind of collecting into pieces. Because charging was really, really appealing in Pathfinder 1 and 3rd edition, because it was a great way to get distance and still make an attack, and you even got a little bit of a bonus to your attack roll. So it was very compelling, but obviously the movement restriction made it so that once you were in combat, unless you were going to be taking 5-foot steps, which obviously was pretty slow, it was harder for you to set up that flank. But in Pathfinder 2, you could move twice and attack. And, you're not really giving up that much, because, yeah, you're giving up a second attack, but at -5 map, a lot of times the second attack is really shitty anyways. So realistically, you kind of get to charge for free, but in any direction with no movement restraints every turn in Pathfinder 2. And I think that's why you get Conga lines all the time. By the way, that's the kind of stuff that Aaron and I will talk about for like hours at like when we get like lunch or something like that, or randomly when we have like some random Zoom call, is like trying to figure out why these mechanics work. Does it make a difference? No, not really. It doesn't matter at all. But it is what it is. KOLC is sponsored by Red Robin. I wish. I don't go there much anymore, but there was a time and a place where I used to go there all the time. Let's see. Campfire sauce. Again, would give up breathing. Oh, I'm sorry, Donnie. I know you're on the keto. Ah, yes. The French fries are very good there. What can I say? Unlimited garlic herb fries. Those are pretty good. Yeah. You know what system solves the conga line problem? Nell's system. Well, I don't know Nell's system yet. So, Red Robin, yum. So yeah, it's all good. It's all good stuff. I gave PF2 to my D&D group, and instantly in combat, they are forced to help each other's to get that crit. It's so much more dynamic, and I look forward to combats now because of that. Yeah, I mean, that is, I think, probably the single greatest thing that Pathfinder 2 does, in my opinion, is it really gives you a lot of these abilities to stack bonuses, and because of the crit window, stacking bonuses used to not really matter, because you're like, okay, I'm going to hit. Okay, I'm really going to hit. I mean, at a certain point, there's diminishing returns. But in Pathfinder 2, it's almost impossible to get diminishing returns. This does create a whole host of its own problems, but it means that if you can stack enough benefits, not only are you pretty much likely to hit, almost automatically guaranteed to hit, you also now have an insane chance to critically hit, which is huge. Flint asks, what's coming up in night school? That's a great question, Flint. That's actually a really great question. We still need to go back to that. Bob's dungeon needs to be finished. I think what I would want to talk to Bob about is just about the idea of still about tying a dungeon together with lore and history, and using the encounters and the rooms in your dungeon to sort of expand the scope of your game. And those have all been mechanical things, but I also think Bob, after having a chance to really see him play more over the last couple of months in Northern Reaches, work on some of those GM soft skills. I see a lot of GMs falling into this pit of jamming a board game. They're just running a board game. They're just throwing a monster at the party. They're just describing what its mechanics do. They're moving a token on VTT, and you know, it's just a pile of hit points. And I mean, not only is that no FBT, but it's also lacking, I think, some of the most important elements of a role-playing game. And which is understanding how and why characters feel a certain way that they do. And I think it's something that's just been very, very lost in our modern day sort of obsession with bonuses and, you know, that other stuff. So I do want to focus on some of the soft skills as well there, Flint. Yeah, soft skills are hard to work on, but they are important. Exactly. Would restocking a dungeon be event? Oh yeah, that's a great topic, Blaine. I'd like to talk about restocking. I'd like to talk about random encounter tables. I mean, Smith's random encounter chart and talking about random encounter charts in BC1 and BC2 really kind of talk more about this, but I'd like to kind of take some of those concepts and delve into them more on Night School and sort of walk Bob on here's a practical application of how to use those ideas. So I think that's really interesting. In Nell's system, there is a mechanic called Pressed. Just having multiple enemies present around a combatant gives a -1 to defense rolls per adjacent enemy. Sure. Yeah, that makes a certain amount of sense. I am starting Dungeon 23 on my channel this week, and your episode on what is a dungeon was super helpful. Yeah, what's your channel, Flint? If you have 5 enemies around you, you're press 5. It's rough when that happens. Yeah, that kind of gets back to like, remember, I don't know if you were there for that, Pumpkin, but I was talking about my idea of characters couldn't defend passively. They had to defend actively, but you only had but you had more reactions per round than you typically would in Pathfinder 2. You might have several reactions, 3 or 4 or 5 of them, and you could use them as sort of a resource, but it just replenished each round. But in order to make a defense check, aka to parry or dodge a blow, you had to use up one of those reactions. So if you were surrounded by enough foe, you would actually run out of the ability to dodge. You would run out of the ability to parry, and then they would essentially just be hitting you. And in that system, armor was damage absorption instead of damage armor class. So your parry and dodge ability was strictly a measure of your character's skill. The armor would absorb the blows that got past your ability to dodge or parry them, which meant that a very skilled duelist type character wouldn't even need armor, because they essentially say, I'm never going to get hit. I'm going to dodge and parry everything. But if a character was like in a mass combat, like in a battlefield, that same duelist might be like, I really should have armor on, because there's going to be so many foes, or I'm going to be so overwhelmed by, hordes of goblins or kobolds that they're going to slip by my ability to do these defenses. And so I thought that was kind of interesting. Blaine, Pendragon, which is a game I've never read and I really need to read someday. I've seen, I think it's JP or somebody out there. It runs Pendragon games, and I've always thought it was really interesting, and I would love to check it out someday. Pendragon kind of does this. All combat is opposed rolls, and if you're facing more than one opponent, you have to split your skills between your opponents. Okay, interesting. Very cool. Unfortunately. All right, well, don't take anything from Nell's game. But anyways, it looks really cool. Very cool. I'm happy that they are working on that. Strat. Ultimately, that's kind of what Northern Reaches was, a board game. Yes, which isn't a bad thing in and of itself. And quite frankly, given that we have so many players, there's a certain natural tendency for it to become kind of board game-like. And I think there's even elements within Season 2 that are going to be leaning a little bit more into that and just making it better for what it is, instead of trying to pretend that it's something that it's not, right? I'd like to do a Night School episode on what to do with the dungeon afterwards. Airbnb. I mean, the classic example is to, take over it and use it as a base of operations, or, install your own hirelings to sort of maintain and patrol it. Rebuild it into if it was a mighty ruined castle, maybe it's your castle now, and you rebuild it. If it's a dwarven fortress, stronghold, as it is in Bob's Dungeon in our Night School series. After you clear out the necromancer and the goblins and you deal with the problems, and yeah, maybe you rebuild it as a fortress for the dwarves. I think that'd be pretty cool. Anthony, definitely try to avoid running a board game in my NR games. Which is good, which is great. I mean, it's a role-playing game. I mean, and we should definitely do this. But I think, number one, I do think that Pathfinder 2 lends itself a little bit towards board gaming mechanics. It's a complicated game. That just means that people are going to treat it like a board game. It's just an inevitable thing. But I still think that there's things that people could do with their soft skills to make it, a more fun experience. Do you think there is a future in VR gaming? Probably, and we'll find out probably with 1D&D. Yeah, I mean, we're getting into a whole separate topic here, which is what is a TTRPG, and in not so many words, to me, double slice and flanking are not TTRPG mechanics. All right, those are combat mini game mechanic. That's not a TTRPG mechanic. And like as an example, because I've just been reading this game recently, as an example of a TTRPG mechanic, we can look at a game like Avatar Legends, which has, let's take a look here. Okay, let's take a look at, here we go. All right. So here is an example of an RPG mechanic. All right. So, okay. So this is the guide and comfort action. And what it says is, when you try to honestly guide and comfort another person, you roll with your harmony stat. So in Avatar Legends, instead of strength, dex, int, con, wisdom, you have harmony. On a hit, which means if you roll a 7 or higher, total with your stat bonus, they choose one. They can embrace your guidance and comfort. They may clear a condition, which is like a negative, negative condition on them. Or they can clear 2 fatigue, which is essentially like healing. And you, the person doing the move, may ask them one question and they must answer honestly. Or if you use this move on them, they can shut you down. They inflict a condition upon you, but you get to shift their balance and response. Now, balance is kind of like alignment that matters, but instead of abstract concepts of good or evil, each character in Avatar has 2 principles. They're not opposites. They're on other sides of the fence. Okay. So, somebody said Iroh absolutely power game this stat. Look at the art. Look at the art. It's just funny that you say that. Principles in Avatar might be something like, you might have a character who has 2 principles. One is trusting other people, and the other one is being self-reliant. Another character might be, being your own person, or living up to your legacy. So, if they shut you down, they can inflict a condition upon you, but you get to kind of move them. You get to push them. You get to shift their balance a little bit. You got under their skin. You can push their character towards one of the 2 principles that you think is interesting. This is a mechanical move. Okay. This is designed to help you heal your party, essentially, in the game. When you play through this game, your characters are going to be accumulating fatigue and you're going to be accumulating conditions. Okay? How do we deal with that? This move is the battlefield medicine, or not battlefield medicine. This is the treat wounds, or even, I guess you could argue, the heal or the soothe spell of Avatar Legends. But there's so much more going on here, because these moves don't just exist to top off hit point pools. They exist for us to build moments with each other. And this is an example to me. This is an example of a role-playing mechanic, right? This is a role-playing game mechanic, because this is going to create moments. We're going to learn about your character. You're going to make choices that matter, because when somebody does this to you, you get to choose if you accept the healing or if you shut it down. And they both have mechanical, not just fluffy bullshit. Like, these are real mechanical conditions. If I choose to shut them down, I give them a condition and they get to shift my balance, which are both mechanical things, and they will have an impact on the game. For example, my character comes over to talk to you after the battle. Your character's looking a little disgruntled, and I try to guide and comfort you. I succeed. You choose to shut me down. And you say, I don't need your help. I'm strong enough. I don't need anybody. I don't need anybody, and I don't need anyone, and I don't need anything. And just leave me alone. And you go, you're a little taken aback. And so you're like, oh, okay, well, I am. Maybe they choose, to inflict angry on your character, and now my character is angry, and I don't know this rule book well enough to know where everything is. So the angry condition, here we go. Here it is. Okay, cool. Here we go. I knew we'd find it. If we are angry, we get a penalty to guide and comfort people, and we also get a penalty to assessing a situation, which is sort of like the recall knowledge check of the game. Because our character's mad. We're not seeing things great, and we're certainly not in a position to guide or comfort anybody because we're angry. And we didn't have that condition, but also outside of anything else, these are mechanical effects right here. This is a game that also tells you, that could influence the way that you play your character. But even if you're just like some heartless non-role player, you can't deny the fact that your character now has this condition, and you now have these penalties to doing the things that an angry person would be bad at doing. And so it forces you, like mechanically, it forces you to role play. And that's why I say that those are like role-playing game mechanics. We are not going all the way to we're not going all the way to midnight. Games with feelings are scary. I know a lot of people do feel that way, Craig. Feelings are scary. All of my feelings. Yeah, I mean, these are more mature games. I don't know what to tell you. This is going way back to what I was talking about back at 7 o'clock. Like, these are the games that I want to explore. I want to explore characters. I want to explore the why we do the thing, not just what we do or can we do it. I want to see why we do it. What is the mechanical incentive not to accepting the healing? The whole not having to answer a question. If we are looking from the mechanical incentives POV, only seems like it's that. Yes, exactly. It's because if you say something, it's truthful, and you are bound by that truthful answer. So, for example, I'm not saying that this is not a competitive game in a sense, but characters will have different goals, and there will be different ways that people are going to agree about how we should go about doing things. So if I ask you the question, how could I get you to give up your quest to find your lost father? You have to answer me honestly and basically abide by that statement. So I can use that question. I mean, I get to ask you any question, and you have to answer honestly. And by answering it, you're sort of stating what the truth is. And so that, that's a huge way to gain leverage over another character, for sure, right? Because you had that moment of insight. They lowered their guard. They let you in. They let you comfort them. And the game even goes so far as to say, it doesn't necessarily have to be a literal verbal question that is asked in the fiction of the game. It could be a sixth sense. It could be that you're talking about other things, but you finally pick up on something, a realization. Or it could just be a very frank and honest and open conversation. And in that moment of letting someone else in to guide and comfort you, you give the real answer, the true answer. And by the way, like I said before, there's nothing wrong when you play a game like Avatar to take a break for a moment and stop and say, like, for example, let's say we were playing and Strat came in and he used guide and comfort on my character. And I really want to restore my fatigue. I really need some healing. And so I say, I let him in. I let you do it. And then Strat says, great. I'm going to ask you a question. You have to answer honestly. And I say, sure, shoot. And Strat says, Derek, what would make Moki give up his quest to find his father, right? It's just driving, it's consuming his whole life. What would make you give up your quest? And maybe I, Derek, have never even thought about that. It's fine. That doesn't mean I have to answer it. We can answer it. I could stop for a moment. I could say, that's a huge question, Strat. And I could talk to my GM. By the way, these are two players, by the way, having this moment. The GM isn't even involved in this conversation at all. He's over there watching, eating popcorn. Like, yeah, this is the most interesting, cool thing ever. Go players, entertain me. This is so fun. But the player might, I might say, wow, Strat, that's a huge question. And I might say, I don't actually know. And that doesn't seem like that's kind of a cop-out answer. Can we talk about this? Like, hey, like what might make me stop looking for him? And it's like, well, what if you find out he's dead? I was like, I don't know. I don't think I would believe that. I don't think that would make me stop. And so we might spend the next 5 or 10 minutes just going into what is really driving my character. I might have just written it down on my sheet. I want to find my lost father. But now we're forced to we're forced to explore it, and we could talk about it as a group. And the GM and even the other players might be, it's a great moment for you to throw something out where you go, like, what if that we tie it into something else that we were talking about earlier, and that way it kind of like it's one arc, and if your character can complete that arc, then that's like they'll be satisfied, they'll be at peace, and it's like, yeah, that's probably that works really well. Okay, great. So we can go back to the fiction now, and you can have this moment, or we can have this conversation, or you can gain this understanding of what it would take, and like that's really fun. Dice aren't rolled. I mean, this all came from a dice roll. That's why it makes it a game. But that having that mature adult conversation for me is very interesting. Okay. Now listen, I get it. It's not for everybody, number one. And number two, look, sometimes I just want to, roll dice and just hack down goblins by the score. Like, I get it. That's fun. There's nothing wrong with that. I've been doing that for 30 years. I'm going to be doing it for 30 more. But sometimes we want more. Sometimes we want something different. That's all. It's already 12:20 in Brazil. Well, Happy New Year's, Angel. Happy New Year's. Or Angel. It looks like role-playing and mechanics together. More gaming should be like that. Guitar guy Nick, I couldn't agree with you more. Although it depends. It depends if you want your role-playing and your mechanics together. Yeah, it's a very interesting system, Blaine. Magpie has created some incredible games over the last couple of years, and this is just their latest one, which is due out sometime early 2023. Just the PDFs are available right now to the Kickstarters, but it looks incredible. So, Tony, that is par for the course. That is par for the course. Strat, the emotional drain from playing more real stuff like that is why my campaign intersperses miniature tactical combat to relax, which seems absurd when you say it. For sure. Took me 3 months to figure out why we don't just fully cut the miniature warfare entirely, since it's tonally a bit weird to have. It is tonally a bit weird to have, but to be fair, like even a game like Avatar has for a PBTA game, I think has actually a pretty robust combat system. It's not like an initiative-based combat system. It's called an exchange-based combat system, where like you can try to do like kind of a paper, rock, or scissors kind of style of doing things. It's a little interesting. What's going on with Stream Elements? Is it yelling at you? Am I missing something? How many people we got here still? Probably 10 people? 40 people. My God. All right. We got a poll coming up. Poll. All right. All right, we got a poll coming up. Strat, it seems utterly absurd to me. That's why it took me 3 months to figure out something. The multiple crises of faith poking my players is why we're doing this between sessions. Yeah, I mean, it seems to be this new thing that's developing. Icon, which is made by the people who made Lancer. They are making a game that's sort of like a fantasy version of Lancer, and they literally have a game that is like 2 different game systems, like literally, like they barely talk to each other. Where you have like this non-combat system, which is essentially Blades in the Dark, and then you have a combat system, which is essentially 4E D&D with like a mixture of Shadows of the Demon Lord. And I just don't know. I don't know that I love that. Like, I don't know if that's the solution. I think that's the solution for people who want to just play the one game. But the reason why I bring this up is because when we played Legend of the Five Rings, which is a very narrative, character-focused game, but it has this skirmish system, which is fairly tactical. It's not as tactical as like a Pathfinder 2nd Edition would be with like the full grid, but you know, there's an initiative turn order, and you're using techniques, and you're managing your fatigue, and you're managing your strife, and you're managing these resources, your void points, your armor, your weapons. Can you crit? Do you not crit? Like, should you aid me? Should I move? You know, should I be in this zone? What's the reach of my Naginata versus your Katana versus your Yumi? Whatever. It's much more tactical. And we found it a little jarring because like the rest of the game was so smooth and kind of fast paced, and it was like very character driven. And then suddenly to be in this like rough mechanical, you know, XCOM, Final Fantasy Tactics, JRPG combat system, it almost felt like it was taking us out of what was going on. It just felt so jarring. Whereas not to say it, but it's like when I'm in combat in Pathfinder 2, I don't find it as jarring because I don't feel like it was really taking me out of anything as much per se. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. KC, back to your earlier discussion about sometimes you only want to play with the people who are ready to play seriously. I think that's how I feel about PBTA, and I get it. KC, I kind of feel the same exact way, actually. I'm not trying to like be some elitist snob to say like, oh, you need to be elite pro gamer to play this game with me. But like at the same time, if we're sitting down to play Avatar Legends, and you and someone uses the guide and comfort move, and I ask you, hey, I'm gonna ask you a question honestly, and then the person just goes, I don't know. I don't know anything about my character. That's gonna be a really like kind of moment for me. I want to engage. I want to have this awesome, fun conversation. Like that's what's exciting me. Like I play D&D so people, get a sick nat 20 and we crit the ogre and it's awesome. I play other games to have these moments, and people need to be, the nice thing about a D20, again, I'm not trying to sound elitist here, but you don't have to do anything to have it be exciting when you roll a 20. Like, but in these games, you have to do a little bit more work. You actually have to earn the fun, I guess, a little bit. All right, what do we got here? Final tally. All right, pretty good results. So 56% say they're interested, 34% said they love them, and 10% or 8% say that it is not for them. So that's a interesting concept. I like it. Hopefully we're gonna do more of that stuff this year on this channel. So, Anthony has some interest. Oh, Massive. Yeah, that's exactly. My guess is that Massive Press, they're the people who did Icon and Lancer, the games I was just talking about. My guess is that Massive Press received negative feedback on how anything narrative worked in that game, and so they tried to make it just a separate system to combat. Interesting. It'll be interesting to see how they progress with this Icon development. Interesting. I really would like to know how it goes. Obviously, you know Lancer better than me. I don't know Lancer as well as I probably should, but it's interesting right now with the development of what I've read from their itch.io from Icon. I'm like, this is very jarring how completely separate it is. The non-combat system uses a pool of D6s. Literally, it is literally Blades in the Dark. It is literally Blades in the Dark, like 100%. And then the combat uses, so the non-combat uses pools of D6s, which are tied to your actions. You use a completely different set of stats. You use a D20. You use bonuses against DCs in the combat phase. It's literally two completely different sets of rules. I find it to be very inelegant, but KC, I tried PBTA with my current group a few times, and there are a couple of them that just aren't emotionally secure enough to play PBTA seriously. They always need to slip in a joke or something. Yep, people get insecure, dealing with real emotions. That's a very honest take. I think it's honest for people to even be aware of saying, this is not the kind of game that I'm interested in playing. I've come to the conclusion that I like things messy. It goes back to the whole game playing itself thing too. Right. What we're talking about with the VTTs. I agree. Personally, I prefer non-unified systems for different parts of a game if the system supports the intended gameplay of the part of the play that they are focused on. I could certainly understand that, appreciate that effort, and I think it's an interesting design decision, but there is something that I appreciate when you do have something that is unified and can work across the system. Fate, whether you like it or not, Fate does this really, really well. All right, guitar guy Nick, have a great night. Have a great New Year's Day if you're not already there. It's a little weird that a game so serious about roleplay is the one set in a children's cartoon. Here's the thing, Ninebreaker 2. Avatar is a very serious show. It answers some really serious questions, especially Legend of Korra. And obviously, yes, it's a children's show. And I love that it's a children's show because it's teaching children about how to handle these emotional issues and how to go deal with growth and the problems and dealing with conflicts. I think it's fantastic. That being said, that's my point. It doesn't have to be super serious just to talk about your feelings, right? It doesn't have to mean that it's this like super high drama. It's kind of sad, actually, that, as adults, we can't just sit down and have open conversations about how we feel. And 8% are Vin, 8% was Vin. Everybody's saying 8% was Vin. This is a very unbiased poll. People are watching a general TTRPG. People are watching a general TTRPG on New Year's Eve is representative, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm not taking any scientific evidence off of this. Yeah, in Icon, it's just Blades in the Dark, Anthony. So, oh hey, it's Ragon Wolfbane. What are we on about? We're just talking about Avatar, and we're talking about narrative mechanics, story mechanics, character mechanics in RPGs. I want to Happy New Year, Sidon, and good night. Do you think that games that lean into feelings mechanics are trying to reach newer generations who lean into their feelings? I mean, I'm old, but I might be an outlier. Actually, I don't know, Flint. I don't think so. I mean, all the new people want to play 5th edition. I think it's just about... It's not just about feelings. I mean, to say it's feelings is sort of trivializing it, right? It's... I mean, our all of our greatest... all of our great pieces of fiction, the newest fiction, are about these characters exploring who they are and what they are going to be. If we look at something like the Marvels cinematic universe, and we look at the Avengers films and all the standalone films, right? There's this question, like, the arc of Tony Stark is, can he be the, selfish? Is he the selfish billionaire playboy tycoon, or who can he ever atone for what he did with his weapons? And can he be the one who will give up his life? Will he be the one to sacrifice himself? Can Cap ever get up over his duty and embrace having a real life and feel like he deserves that, right? So there's all these interesting questions about how can a character have this arc? If you go Lord of the Rings, right? Like every character is about this arc. Even side characters like Gimli and Legolas, which are arguably there for kind of a comic relief and cool factor, there's still this idea of, can they form a friendship that literally in Tolkien's universe and Tolkien's Legendarium is like a legendary friendship, to the point where like Gimli gets to go to take the ship from the Grey Haven and go to the uttermost west because he's such good friends with Legolas. It's Valinor. I don't know why I couldn't think of Valinor, but it's just crazy. And that's part of the show. Gimli starts off as being very, never trust an elf. I'll be dead before I see it in the hands of an elf. And then when he's standing before the gates of the Morannon, about to die at the end of the Return of the King, he says, I never thought, kind of not meanly, he says, I never thought I'd die side by side by a friend with an elf. And he said, what about a good friend? And he says, I could do that, right? Coming to this whole arc that Gimli has learned to trust and love an elf, and the beauty of a Galadriel. It's just this, these have always been part of our stories. It's just a question of whether or not we're interested in them. I mean, apparently we still are, because they're talking about them, and they've been talking about them for 50 years. So yeah, anyways. Strat, talking about D20. Sorry, Strat, I don't want to talk about D20. Okay, Jimmy Hendricks. I remember the first time that I asked my players in D&D, how did the characters feel about what just happened? Deer in headlights. Yeah, Jimmy, that is top tier. That is top tier GMing right there. That is exactly the question you should be asking. I was giving an example in the Discord the other day about PBTA, and just about to do it, and it's just general role-playing advice. And the rogue was, in this example, the rogue was going to disarm a trap, and then I said, I turned to the rogue, it's like, in this example, I was like, the GM says, and rogue, how do you feel about this? Are you confident? Are you worried about anything about this trap going off? Is there anything that you're not sure of? And the rogue said, kind of like deer in the headlights, and then the rogue was like, no, I've done this a million times. I'm very confident. And then I wrote in this example, okay, the GM turns to the wizard player and says, what about you, wizard? Are you as confident as the rogue's abilities? Like, what do you think about the rogue? Do you think that they're a good rogue or not? Like, do you think, are you gonna take a step back, or are you gonna say you got this? And just asking people how they feel. It's just a fantastic tool. We talked about the soft skills for GMs. That's one of them. My players eat and drink their. And again, there's nothing wrong with playing that way. I'm not trying to belittle that style of play at all. I think it's fun. I've been getting together with my friends for a long time, and most of that has been us eating pizza, drinking beers or sodas, and rolling D20s, killing monsters, stacking them up like firewood, and rolling on to the next one, maybe gaining some XP and treasure along the way. It's a beautiful thing. I'm not knocking that at all. Yeah, I also get wanting to treat TTRPGs like exactly what I was just talking about, Jimmy, like a poker or board game new. But part of what I don't think it's just part of what makes RPGs fun. It's part of what RPGs are. I mean, that's what makes them different. I actually think most new people aren't ready yet. They like RP, but in my experience, they don't like letting go of control over their character, which is interesting, KC, because that's what the whole system, that's what the whole game's about, right? I cast a spell on you. You fail your save. Good. I get to tell you something about your character. You go to 0 hit points. You're unconscious now. You don't get a choice. You're dead. You know, like we are telling them stuff about their character all the time. Your character's frightened now. They get a massive penalty to attack. Well, I'm not frightened of that guy. I don't care. He demoralized you. He rolled high enough, right? But I would never be. He's just a little gnome. My character wouldn't be afraid of a little gnome. Yeah, but he rolled high on his demoralized check. He critically succeeded against your will DC. Your character is now frightened too. I don't care. Your character has got the penalty from being frightened because he is frightened. No, he's not. Well, okay, but he is, right? So we do it all the time. People just don't think about it. I don't know. They don't put it together. Looking forward to diving into the complexities when we deal with Lego Lord of the Rings. I just got here, but we talk about our favorite or least favorite news we got this year for TTRPG scene. I mean, definitely the news of the year was the announcement of 1 D&D, right? I don't know if it's good or bad, but that's definitely a big deal. That's been the 5th edition's been such a huge change to the whole industry, you know. Yeah, PBTA and Fate are very good examples of unified systems. If you have full control of your character, you're not playing a game, you're just doing free-form role-playing. I also agree with that. I think what Kieran is talking about could be because of video game RPGs. Those games never tell you what your character thinks. I mean, it doesn't really matter what your character thinks, right? In those games, arguably, right? I mean, the new OGL is open. The new OGL isn't going to be open for digital things, and that makes sense. They just want to corner up their digital space. That makes sense. I think they see a future where print is dead, print medium is dead, and they just want to be able to have all of the digital products under their banner. That's what the new OGL is about, for sure. I don't think they want Roll20 and Foundry and Fantasy Grounds doing what they're doing. So I think they just want you to register with them so that they know if you're making enough money that they can start billing you. I mean, I think that's what it comes down to. They want to get their money. They want to get their coin. So. I mean, technically, you don't have to. Like, why don't you just make a D? Why don't you just? I guess my question is this: D&D didn't have an OGL until 3rd edition. So for the first 26 years, it didn't have and we're coming up on the 50th anniversary. So for more of D&D's history than it didn't have an open gaming license. Why does a company owe it to its customers an open license to use all of their rules for free? I'm curious about this. What other industry is that ever the case? Right? Like, what other industry says, like, hey, I get it. It does happen in other cases, but like an example of where like somebody creates a game and then it's like, okay, well, you're obviously going to release all of your source code for the game and you're going to let anybody use your source code to make whatever they want, and they don't have to pay you a single license or a single fee, and they can make whatever game they want. And then it's like, well, no. And it's like, oh, you're a horrible person. Again, I'm not trying to defend billion-dollar companies here, but I'm also kind of like, where was it written that we even need to do with this? Yes, I know game rules can't be copyright. I completely agree, which means that the OGL is, whatever they do with it is even more useless. So, I don't know. It's very strange to me that people have this weird obsession with. Look, listen. I would agree, Frostjack. I would agree with you as well. I mean, you know, but I accept the reality that we live currently in a system that is, you know, fairly driven by capitalism and, you know, the almighty pursuit of the dollar, and corporations are people, and yada, yada, yada. I don't necessarily think that should be that way, but it is. I'm an idealist, but I'm a realist too. Boothby, everyone wants to be a content creator without creating actual content. Yes. Well, intellectual property isn't capitalism. Sure. Well, it is because capitalism, because you're worried about making money. If you didn't care about making money, you wouldn't care about your intellectual property.
Excuse me, it's a company's ethical responsibility to give away all their stuff so that other people who couldn't be bothered to go through that effort can profit from it.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Jason B, for coming in there and as an expert in the OGL and stealing other people's work and making a new game that is not a new game, and then printing it and making a lot of money off of a game that wasn't a new game. Ragged Wolfbane, print will become the exclusive collector's item like old games manuals had lore. I completely agree with you. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there was Ragged, you hit the nail on the head there, right? It's the same way with video games, right? How often do people just buy the game digitally now and they don't even own a copy of it? And now it's all about like exclusive. The print will be this beautiful, exclusive, handwritten, you know, beautiful box set or whatever like that. They could charge a high dollar premium for it. Yada yada yada. Yes, exactly. Intellectual property law. Idealistic realism. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I mean, that's always kind of where I've been on that spectrum. All right, folks. It's getting on 11, so I actually am going to call this a night here. So let you all here as America approaches New Year's Eve, let you guys get back to your families and stuff like that. I want to say thank you to everybody who came out tonight. We had the incredible support from just a huge array of people. Jason, Flint, Ninebreaker 2, Gargs, Donnie, GM Scott, John Richards, Resonance, John Richards several times, I should say. Laughing Out Loud with a huge super chat. Donnie with a huge tip. GM Scott, several large, huge donations. Thank you. Zeb Cook, self-confessed cynic, tipping all night, super chatting. Damian Williams, super chatting all night. Thank you so much for that. Matt Colville, may or may not have been Matt Colville, came in and donated. Frostjack donated. Caverns and Cave Troll donated. Ben came in, started us off with a massive $50 tip. Nell tipped. And we even had several people re-up their membership. So, you know, just this is why we can do what we can do and why we can have conversations like this tonight. Because I don't need to go out and chase some silly, 5e clickbait video that's going to make me 100,000 views and maybe make me, $500. Because I can have a small, intimate conversation with people like you, and we can have back and forth, and we can have disagreements, and we can have understanding, and you all appreciate that, and you support us, and that's why we do that. You support us with your tips and your donations. You support us with your patronage through our Patreon. You support us through the community efforts that you do to build the community so that our Patreon and our Discord are a place that people want to go to, and a place that people want to play, a place that people want to stay. And it's thanks to you after this year that we have just had an absurd year. And I am so happy, so absolutely happy to be, giving out, thousands of dollars worth of goods and prizes here over the next couple of weeks between Hero Point Award prizes, December's prizes, Quarter 4 prizes for Northern Reaches for the Reachies, and of course, someone's getting a table that I'm going to handcraft to your specifications and then deliver across the country to you, white glove, and then we'll play some games. So just so happy and proud of our Patreon, so happy and proud of all of you. So, thank you so much for everybody for being here. Happy New Year to you and your family. Happy New Year to, fuck you, Satan. Fuck you, Satir. Yes, Battlecry 3. Okay, it's my fault. All right, listen, I'm trying. We're trying to get it done. New Year, Northern Reaches start date. It's still nebulous. End of January into February, early February. We'll say that. You know, somewhere between January 20th and February 20th will be the Northern Reach start date. It'll start to ramp up. People start making characters. GMs will start making adventures, but the first, official week will probably be, in that like early February timeframe. So, thank you so much to everybody. Thank you so much for coming out tonight and having fun with us. Have a safe, happy New Year's. Enjoy yourselves, and all the good stuff. All the best wishes to everybody. So, still starting. So thank you so much, and we'll see you next time on Nights in the New Year. See you next year on Nights of Last Call. Thanks, everybody. Peace out.